I'm watching the video. I'm already starting to cry a little bit, and I'm so excited, guys. We're so
I'm not the
excited.
only one that was getting a little emotional, and I
I'm
made
getting
those
a little.
videos.
No, I'm getting so emotional. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We are so excited to be here. I am Melody. I am here at Caterpillar headquarters in Salt Lake City, Utah, and we have Bethany.
Bethany, hi. I'm in Nashville, Tennessee, in my home studio,
Yes.
and we're so excited. I think the reason Melody and I are getting a little emotional is because we have put so much time and effort and energy into this moment, and now that it's finally here, it's like,
It is. It's a little bit that, and it's also like I'm looking at everybody. Thank you for telling us that you're here and where you're from. We love that so much. I'm seeing some of our tried and trues that come and visit us all the time. We do lives, which we love so much, and so many new names that I don't recognize, and I'm so excited about that. We are guys. We are in for a ride for the next 3 days. We are so excited. This is going to be so much fun.
I hope you guys are ready to learn. You've got your coffee, your tea, whatever you need.
Listen, I live in Utah. We get big sodas out here.
They do.
I got big soda going on. So
we always
we're ready.
joke that Melody starts her day with the hard stuff, and I'm over here sipping my coffee. So.
Yeah, I have my Diet Mountain Dew, which I was just at a show in Tennessee in Pigeon Forge last week, and I had a conversation with our friends at the booth next to us that's from Five Little Monkeys. And he's like, Mountain Dew is probably the worst thing for you that you could possibly do. And I'm like, it's okay.
Any of them are good for you.
It's okay. It's Diet Mountain Dew. And he's like, oh my gosh, that's even worse. He's like, there's something in there that's kind of like strychnine. So I have to figure out how to wean myself off of this.
Any tips, I would love that. Trouble. It's all trouble. Even the stuff I put in my coffee, I'm sure that is trouble. I mean,
you can't win.
Yeah, whatever you need. We are not judging anybody. I don't yuck anybody's yum at all. So let me just start out by saying we are so excited that you're here. We have over 100 of you already tuning in. If you're tuning in, let us know where you're tuning in from. So many people saying they're so excited. If you haven't and you're watching right now, I'd really appreciate it if you'd share. If you have social media, share hey, I'm watching this right now, come join me. The more people, the better, the more fun we're going to have. We have some amazing presenters over the next 3 days, and we're kicking it off really great today. I'm really excited to have our first presenter come on. I will preface and say that if you don't already have your box of tissues ready, just go ahead.
Ready.
I watched the video. I've watched these videos many times, but I rewatched them this morning as I was prepping for them to come onto the live stream, and I had to grab a tissue. I was like, I can't even watch this right now. I've already put my mascara on.
And I'm scared. I haven't watched that video yet. Just your intro video got me.
I know.
I haven't seen the other stuff yet. And so
the vibes are high, guys. The vibes are high. Well, quick agenda. We have several presenters with us today. Melody's also going to be sharing some fun new things that we created just for this event. We did, just if you didn't know, we do have a couple of ways that you can experience this event. If you're tuning in, just found us on Facebook or YouTube, we welcome you. If you are familiar with Caterpillar and you registered for this free event, we thank you. It's a free way to register, but it gets you entered into all of our giveaways and so many other goodies. So if you have not registered, I highly recommend you go over to caterpillar.com and register. And then if you are really interested in getting the most out of this event, then there is an opportunity to upgrade to VIP. I'm actually going to put that up on the screen real quick. Because it is not too late to access VIP at all. And if you would like to access VIP, I believe, let's see, where is it? I'm sorry, I have so many banners to pop up today that I need to find it.
It probably has a lot of tabs open too.
I do. But I'm going to put this at the bottom of the screen. So if you haven't upgraded to VIP, whether you registered or not, hop on over to caterpillar.com and use this code. It's June 20 Elite. There's still time to upgrade to VIP. One of the key things with VIP, there's so many things you get, and you'll see that over on our website. But one of the key things that you're going to get is an opportunity. After our live stream is over today, all of our presenters, including Melody and I, are going to jump into a private Zoom just with our VIPs. They're going to get to talk with our presenters today, more one-on-one, more than just the chat, okay? So they're going to get a little more one-on-one personal time in a small group setting for our VIPs. So if you would like to do that, that. I've got a code to give you $50 off that VIP experience. There's so many other things that you're going to get from that. But if you haven't done it, you've been on the fence and you're like, I don't know.
It's not too late.
It's not too late. And I just wanted to throw it out there. June 20 Elite.
And if you haven't done it and that's not for you, that's totally fine. You guys are all welcome to be here. You also don't have to register. If you do register, you will get an email with a different coupon code that you can use during our sales going on this week. And you'll be entered into all of the big giveaways. You are welcome to be here without any of that stuff. We are so happy to have you here. We have all the sales going on the website. We have a coupon code for everyone who's just joining us as well. And we will be doing live giveaways throughout the next 3 days that everybody that's here will be available to win. So if you go to our website, any of the things that are already on sale, you can use June Live 10 to increase those discounts, or you can use that on any Caterpillar products on the website. You can use that for June Live 10 to save 10% off of anything on the website during this right now. If you register.
That's on top of the sale.
That's on top of what's already on sale. Yes, that we're going to go over every day this week.
We marked our site-wide sale is marked down on all of our products. Different things are different marked down, different percentages. But then these codes, whether it's the June Live 10, you can save an extra 10%. If you registered, you have a 15% discount. And if you are VIP, you have a 20% discount. And you have your codes in your emails. So go find those. We won't be sharing those publicly because those are because you guys did those steps. But if you're just tuning in and you're just hanging out with us, that's great. June Live 10 will still get you 10% off. The reason we did it that way, and I just want to clarify, is we wanted everybody to be able to experience this event however they want it. And there's 3 different ways to do it, and you get to decide. And either way, you're going to learn from our presenters today and have the best time. So, anyways,
and that's the thing that's great. If the VIP works for you, great. You get all this access after the fact. You get podcasts, you get transcripts, you get videos, you get all of that stuff. That's all on the website. If you are just here and you registered and you are entered into our big giveaways and you get the extra 15% off, great. Or if you just joined us, you can use that 10% June Live 10 at any time. Thank you for that, Larry. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Gianna asked us a question about the VIP. I don't know if you saw it as it scrolled through, but Gianna asked us a question about the VIP Zoom calls and if they would all be recorded in case they missed them, and they will be. As a VIP, you'll have access to those as well.
Yes. So I understand that not everybody can tune in live to everything. And so yesterday, part of our VIP package was a Zoom networking hour where Melody and I hosted a networking hour around lunchtime with all of our VIPs that wanted to jump on. And we had so much fun. It was just great to put a name and a face together, learn the different types of goals and crafts and things that they're working on. We had some fun trivia. We gave away some prizes just in those Zooms. And that's recorded. It is being edited. Well, we're going to clip the beginning and end where we had some technical difficulties, but you don't want to rewatch that part unless you just want a good laugh.
Unless you want to laugh at us, which is so great.
But anyway, so that is going to get posted. If you're a VIP, you got a link that is private, and it's a hidden link for our website that nobody else can find, where all of your details live. That should be in your email if you're looking for it. Just go find it there and save that link. I was telling the group yesterday in the networking event to save that link as like a browser favorite, because that's going to be where you go access all of your VIP exclusive content before, during, and after the event, and you'll have it for forever. So anyways, Melody, I think before we jump.
One quick sec. There's some other questions popping up. If you did sign up for a VIP and you didn't see your email, check your spam folder first.
Yes.
And then if by chance you don't have it there, send us a quick email to support@caterpillar.com and we will get you all of the information for sure. Laura asked a question about the discount codes stacking, and they do not stack. The discount codes do not stack. You can use one coupon code at a time, but they do apply to anything that's already on sale on the website.
So the
something
sale
on the sale
markdown
is already marked down. Then you can add your coupon code to that. That's how those work. So let us know any other questions that you guys have. Pop it in the chat. Send us an email at support@caterpillar.com.
Yeah.
Either way, we're super excited. And then Bethany, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
You were gonna.
Those are great questions, and we've got a lot of comments, so I appreciate. We're tag teaming, kind of helping keep up with all of the chat.
Yes.
So
yeah,
Lori says we're so very organized and that we rock. That is like the nicest compliment you can give me, that I'm organized, because
you should have seen us last night texting each other. You should have seen us earlier this morning in here, because that's funny.
That's the behind the scenes you don't see, but I appreciate you guys letting us take a minute to do some housekeeping, answer some of these questions, make sure everybody has what they need to really maximize this experience. Our first guess is going to be from Loose Ends. I do have a couple of videos to play before I bring them on board to have a chat with them. They're amazing. You're going to love them. Like I said, get your tissues ready. But Melody, I think maybe now.
Or
maybe we start with mine, because they're familiar with mine, and we introduce yours after Loose Ends. I think we're going to need a little.
Can you tell I'm excited?
I know.
For any of you that joined us in the March event, which we appreciate very much, we have a little spin to win that Bethany has, and that's how we do our giveaways throughout the day. But we added, because I didn't want to be left out.
I wanted a game too.
I wanted a game also. So we have a game here in this studio, and we have spin to win game in her studio. And so we're doubling up sort of on the giveaways, because who's going to be mad at us? What are they going to do? We're just
it was my request for you guys to get that game.
Yes. Bethany
was like, I didn't realize how big it was, but I'm so glad you got it.
Should I show it a little bit?
No, let's wait. Okay. Let's tease it. Okay. I did set up a camera just for my spin to win wheel. So this is how it works. There are prizes listed on this wheel. I'm going to spin it. We're going to know what the prize is. We're going to ask you a question, and you have to answer the question in the chat. And then what we'll do is Melody will scroll through and close her eyes and stop on one. And whichever one it is, she'll pop it up on the screen, and that person wins that prize. Now, here's the key. If you want the prize, you have to send an email. Let me put it right here. Melody@caterpillar.com. Please note how she spells her name with 2 E's, melody@caterpillar.com. And when you email her, include your name, your address, and what you won. I will make a quick note, but people's YouTube and Facebook names don't always align with their real names. Yes. So if you want to receive it, just go ahead and jot this down in case you win later on, because when you win, you get a little excited, you forget to write it down. So just wanted to preface with that.
And make sure it's spelled the right way, which is the wrong way. But if you find a magnet or a mug as you're driving around the country that's spelled that way, please let me know. I'll send you money.
She's always looking for something with her name on it.
I've never found it. Never, ever in my life have I found it while I was.
All right. Y'all ready for some spin to win?
Let's spin to win.
Good stuff on here. Can you hear it?
A little bit.
Okay. It is a swivel.
All right. Yay.
Our first prize is a swivel. Let me ask a question. Melody, do you have your swivel nearby? Y'all, this is one of my favorite tools. I mean, I love them all, but this is our Caterpillar swivel. It's a cutting mat that rotates.
Yeah, and it's
amazing.
It's so great because it rotates on a ball bearing, so it's really, really smooth. But the thing about rotating cutting mats is either they spin too much or they don't spin at all. And we've sort of solved both of those problems.
Yes.
Because it spins really well on a ball bearing, but it also has little stoppers. So when you put pressure down on it, it will not continue to spin. So that is really great. The cutting mat is reversible, replaceable, and it's translucent. Thick. So you can use it on top of a glow. You can serve your charcuterie or your drinks on it at your parties. Such a cool
many uses. So here's my question. Put a number 2 in the chat if you want a swivel. I'm going to keep it really simple to warm you guys up. Put a number 2 in the chat if you want a swivel right now. Blow up a chat with the number 2. I'm going to give you just like 30 seconds to put a number 2 in the chat. I know there's a little delay when we're live, so I want to make sure you guys have a chance. And then Melody, I'm going to have you scroll through and pick, and you can put the number 2 in there as many times as you want. Just you ready?
Okay, here we go. Are we ready?
She's picking a name. Lori Owens.
Lori,
congratulations.
Owen, you get to win the swivel. Yay!
I'm writing it down just in case, but I don't know how to get a hold of you, but this is how I keep up with all of it. All right. Are we ready to jump into our first guest?
Yep. Lori, send me an email at melody@caterpillar.com and make sure you tell me it was the swivel, because then I might send you the wrong thing if you don't. So I might send you the wrong thing anyway. Just kidding.
I'm going to put it, where'd it go? Here it is. I'm going to put that back up one more time just so you can make a note of it. And yeah, so we're going to jump into our first guest. Melody, I will see you after our first guest.
Okay, I'll see you in a little while.
All right. All right, so I have a couple of videos to play for you before they come on, because I want you to kind of have an idea of who they are and what they're about. So I'm going to play these videos, and then we'll introduce Jen and Macy.
People who've been carrying projects around for 40 years because they didn't want to let it go, but they didn't know who would help them.
My name is Macy Kaplan.
And I'm Jen Simonik, and we're the co-founders of Loose Ends Project.
We finish projects that people have left behind after they've died.
What happens is we get a request from people whose loved ones have died, and we're in the middle of a craft.
We connect volunteer crafters with that project who complete the projects and then return them back to the original families.
The emotional impact, it's overwhelming. I've had people say, you know, I was excited to get the object back, but when I got it back, the floodgates just opened.
To have something tangible from the person that you've lost, I think that is comforting.
We're not going to bring that person back, but what it can do is remind you of that loved one and what they did and why it was special to them.
You know what that is? Yeah. What do you say? Do you like it? Look at it more, Ezra. Look at the details. That's good. Hey, buddy.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah. That's how I felt when I saw it too. So I sent it into a volunteer network that finishes projects like that for families. Do you want to hold it up? Show us? It's so cute.
Let me see his tattoo. Look at his arms, Andrew. It says GP.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, are we all ready for this? Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how many times I've watched these videos, and it gets me every time. And I can see from the chat I'm not the only one, but I'm excited to welcome Jen to the chat. So Jen, let me add you to stage here.
Hey, hi. It makes me cry every time too, which is crazy. And I've seen it like a gazillion times.
I was just about to ask you that. Like, do you cry every time you see this?
I cry at like soap commercials. So I cry at everything. I don't know if you could see I was crying during the first video because I was, and like, it's not really a surprise what we're doing. I was just like, and we made that poor lady at the craft store cry too. On a whim, and then they were like, let's video her. I was like,
oh gosh. Well, Jen, I'm so grateful that you're here. You know, if you're new to watching our live streams and our events, back in March, one of the things that I did for our very first event was have a nonprofit come on and share their mission, because it's relating to sewing, quilting, or crafting, or something along those lines, and it's giving back to the community. And I think it's such a good reminder for us in all that we do and all the fun that we have and all the toys and goodies and products and everything, that we remember that our talents and gifts have a purpose beyond just for ourselves. And that is definitely a purpose for it. But also there's ways that we can give back in so many amazing ways. And that's why I wanted to bring you guys on for our second event to share with you, share with all of our audience who you guys are. I had the pleasure of meeting you guys over a year ago at an expo, and I'm just so grateful. I've learned so much about what you guys do. So I'm excited for you to be able to share that with everyone here today. And I do have your PowerPoint here. So if you want, we can kind of just go through it and have everybody kind of learn about who you guys are and maybe even how they can get involved. So let me bring that up here.
That's great.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I don't want to play that video again, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove it so I don't accidentally click on it.
I do have to say, Ezra was a real sport. Not many 16-year-olds would have agreed to letting somebody videotape them while you're crying. And
especially an emotional thing like that. But yeah, that was really sweet to see. And I'm grateful for that moment. So let's bring this up. So can you tell us a little bit about what Loose Ends is and just kind of overview of what you do before we dive into it?
Sure thing. Loose Ends, a nonpartisan, non-religious, everyone is welcome movement that aims to ease grief, create community, inspire generosity by matching volunteer handwork finishers with textile projects that they've left undone due to death and disability. Basically, grandma was making you a quilt. She passed away before it was done. We find a volunteer nearby to finish it and give it back to the family. And it sounds easy, and it's not something that that hasn't been done before. I think what's different about it is we're finding strangers to do it, and not, knitting circles or quilting groups. So that's what we do. And,
that's what you do. So you and Macy started this together. How did this come to be?
Yeah, Macy and I have known each other for 30 years. I went to school with her husband. My husband went to school with us as well. And they meet up a lot, his friends from college. And we became good friends over crafting, because we both craft. And there's only so much we can talk about architecture with. That's what our husbands do. So we usually go find a knitting store, or Macy does everything. She does quilting and crocheting and needlework. And I primarily do knitting and cross stitch on the rare occasion. But I was in between jobs and trying to figure out what to do next. And she had this idea, and it started at my friend Patty's house. That's me sitting on the floor with all of Patty's mom's needles. Everybody's got a stash, and everybody is asked at some point to take somebody else's stash because, well, you knit or you do this. Do you want it? And nobody really wants that stuff, but your loved ones don't know. And it's important to them that it goes somewhere meaningful. So, I did what every crafter has done once in their life, is I went through all the stuff. And as we were going through all of Patty's mom's craft supplies, we found 2 blankets that she had started to crochet. And and I'm looking at it, and I was thinking, okay, I guess I'll crochet this for her, because I know how to. I just don't like it. It was like double crochet all the way.
Oh yeah.
And they were going to be big. And Macy said, well, why don't we try setting up Loose Ends and ask Patty if this could be the first project, the 2 first projects. And so we did. After about a month, we had 150 people who were like, yeah, I want to do this. One person in Maine had signed up to do Patty's mom's one of the blankets, Eugenia. She's lovely. And then we had another woman in Portland, Oregon. And we were up to the races. We had a little bit of press in December of 2022. I cried on TV again. And then we had about 780 finishers. And my next door neighbor is a computer guy and had offered to make us an app so that we could match people more efficiently. And it was 2025, and now we have over 33,000 volunteers, and actually it's over 80 countries. We've done about 3,500 projects. We're not really sure, and it's not that we can't count. It's because sometimes those projects come and they're multiples. One time I got an email saying, well, I finished all 12 of the quilts. And I was like, what? I thought there was one quilt. And they're like, no, it was 12. And we finished them up in time for the memorial service. So, I mean, the amount of, just the amount of giving and care that the finishers give to our project owners is outstanding. We will do most projects have happened in the United States and in English speaking countries, but we have finished them in 13 countries, one in France recently. People can do like an hour of work on something. You know, mom just needed to finish this one thing. And I say mom, but it could be anyone. It doesn't have to be your mom. Or, you know, we have a Torah cover that's being done for an organization. And I think they're going to spend every second of 2,000 hours on this thing. It's been 2 years and they're working away on it. We have one half-time staff right now. Macy is our executive director, and she's working while we sort out finances. And we have about 300 people who are new finishers signing up weekly. So it's been really fun, and it's been kind of quick and crazy.
Yeah, because I mean, 3 years is not a lot of time for something to expand this quickly, but that's just how powerful your mission has been so far, and it's just going to keep growing. And here's some pictures of just some of the faces, I guess, of some of your volunteers, correct?
Just some of them. I mean, not everyone gives us a picture. They are vast and varied and from all over the place, and they might not be on the same side of a picket line, but they do understand that people pass away. They're going to have people who pass away in their life, and that grief is universal. So everybody understands that when somebody is making something for someone, it's important that it gets finished as a legacy for that person. And that's one thing we can kind of all agree on.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I want to kind of dive into like kind of a little bit about, we don't have to go too deep, but how it works, just enough for people to kind of get an understanding in case it does intrigue them to maybe sign up to be one of these volunteers.
We'd love for you to be a volunteer. It doesn't, sometimes people sign up and they get a project right away. And some people have been signed up for 3 years and haven't gotten a project. So what we do, we get a project in, we put it into our app, and we see, okay, there's Seattle. I'm looking for a knitter or a quilter. And all the people who have ease are the people who are like, I'm an expert quilter. I've been doing it for this many years and I'm ready for a project. All the people with eyes are intermediate, self-proclaimed, and then beginners. We have about 95% of our finishers are women. We do have some magnificent male finishers, but what I do know about women is we don't tend to overestimate our skill. We do tend to overestimate our time. So
that is true.
So once we find a finisher, we'll match them up via email to the project owner, and they're off to the races. And then we ask for updates every once in a while. We'll send out an automated, hey, how's everything going? And then when they're done, we ask for pictures. And one of the lovely things that people have been doing is they've been putting these little marks of where the last stitch was done. Sometimes in a quilting project, they'll stick the needle in and they'll leave a little bit of rust stain from when it was there for 30 years, and they'll tie a bow around it. So that's at the discretion of the finisher. And we ask them to talk to our project owners about it.
And I love this slide that you included, because it is true that not every project is a work of art, but it has meaning regardless.
Yeah, I mean, we had a woman submit a bag of styrofoam balls with some little tiny scarves and hats, and they were supposed to be snowmen that grandma was making for everyone. And when they were done, the finisher did a great job. And when they were done, we got this lovely picture back of all of them holding their snowmen up. It was delightful.
I love that. So let's talk about donations. Now, you guys do not take material donations, correct?
We do not, but if you go to our website, we're under donate. We do have lists of places in every state in the union, every province in Canada, and a number of places outside the US that do take donations and welcome them. So we try to give people a place to go, even though we don't take it. We don't take it because usually the project comes with what it needs, and if it doesn't, the project owner is responsible for getting whatever materials they are. So it just doesn't, it's not something we need.
Now, what are some of the ways that people can help? I know besides becoming a finisher, what are some other ways?
Well, help yourself first. We always say put the mask on yourself. Let people know we exist in your families, because sometimes you're the only crafter. Have a plan for your stuff. Like, who's going to get it? Who's going to go through it? Have a craft executor, if you will. On our website, you can find little printouts that are little project cards that you can fill out, and it has our contact information. So if something happens to you, your family members will know what it is and that they can contact us for help, or whoever you have assigned it to help. You can download our flyers. You can follow us on social media. You can become a sponsor. We would love sponsors, or you could donate directly to us. One of the donations help us pay for operating costs. We are a full-on nonprofit 501c3, and that comes with the cost of an executive director and a full-time matcher, which is what we're trying to get.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we're talking about this, because you're one of your biggest sponsors over the last few years has been Joanne.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that is no longer an option or a sponsor for you all, as we all know why. And that's had a huge impact on, what you guys are doing. That was a huge sponsor. So now we're searching for, we don't need another big sponsor per se, although that would be great. I think what you need is a bunch of smaller sponsors that you can be consistent and reliable in that donation to kind of make up for that loss of sponsorship that you were getting from Joanne. So would you agree with that statement?
Yes, I definitely do.
Yeah.
I mean, we've made some hard decisions. I no longer work for the company. I'm on the board, and I do things like this to try and get people, raise awareness and make sure people know what's going on. And I help keep the tech in line. But for us to keep going, we're going to need to find alternate donors and things like that. So any donation is welcome. And we've pared it down so that we only have one executive person, and we've got half a matcher. And I think we're gonna be around for years to come, but we need help.
Yeah, so it takes time and money and personnel to be able to keep something of this scale going, for sure.
Yeah.
So what are some quick things that if someone were to volunteer and become a finisher that they can kind of expect when signing up and moving forward in with this program?
I like to think of this as the Red Cross for crafting. You like, I know how to do CPR. I've taught a lot of people how to do CPR. I have not had to do it in real life, and I'm pretty thankful. If you sign up, you might get a project, you might not. Please don't get mad. That means no one's died, but you can be excited to finish a project without getting, in trouble for being excited. You can, two things can be true. Someone does have to pass away or lose the ability to craft, and you can be excited to help that someone. So sign up. We'd love to have you. It's all location. So if nobody in your area needs you, that's great. If someone in your area needs you and you can fill that void, that's great. We'd love to have you. Oh, and we do have a great Facebook page that if you sign up to be a finisher, they're wonderful. They do great things.
And obviously another way to get the word out there about Loose Ends is sharing it with your guilds, your crafting groups, online, on social media. If you have a shop, I mean, they've got flyers that you can print and ask if you can post it, or if the shop would be willing to hang that information there. Because I think, just getting the word out more that this is a service. I think it's easy to find. It seems easy, I guess. You've got over 33,000 finishers signed up, but making people aware that aren't connected with the crafting community, that this exists and can support them during that grief process of losing a loved one. So
tell your guild. We love talking to guilds. Tell your shops that you frequent. You can print all of our stuff out. We try to make it as easy as possible. You can print all of our stuff at looseends.org, looseensproject.org, or just looseends.org. And we'd love to have your help. Tell people about us. That's the best way to get us out there. And also make sure you've got a plan for your stuff.
Yeah. Now, you did provide some stories. So if those videos weren't enough to get you pulling a tissue out, we're going to pull at the heartstrings a little more. And these are really sweet. And there's so many. I mean, this is just a few. But if you want to kind of go through some of these with us, that'd be great.
This one, you started with the one that hurt me the most. If you look at that little thing in the left-hand corner, that was the picture I got. And I got this lovely email from this gentleman named Alfredo saying, hey, I have a blanket. And I was like, honey, that's not a blanket. That's a coaster. That's like, what is that? And then he's like, let me tell you who made this. And what had happened is Adelius, his sister had made this and he felt was starting a blanket. She met an untimely death at the hands of her partner. And, you know, it was, I put it up to our Facebook group. Hey, how would you design this? And within an hour or two, I got 15 designs. And then I found somebody who was nearby, half an hour away in New Jersey. He's in Long Island or in Queens. And they met up and they chose a pattern and they chose the yarn. The idea was that he was going to learn how to crochet. That didn't come to fruition. But my favorite part about this story is there was a yarn festival in Tennessee, and Lee, the woman who was making this, had ended up moving. So I didn't know how was able to do a follow-up because Lee volunteered for the yarn show. I said, how's it going? You know, did you ever hear from them again? She said, I get a phone call at every holiday saying how much this meant to them. See, I'm going to start crying, which I did not expect. And it just shows the impact. I mean, they were so happy. I got to watch them open it up because they videoed it. And they were just so excited the whole family was there and excited. Yeah. So just a little smidge of like, you know.
Yeah. Well, thank you for not sending us that video because we would have all been done and gone home.
I mean, it was lovely, but it just seemed that sometimes these are a little intimate and you don't, you know.
Yeah. And it's the reason why I wanted to keep this one in is because I think it's important for us to remember that, you know, sometimes we think about finishing a quilt or finishing a project. We think of someone that's maybe older, but she's 22.
Yeah.
And her creativity was just starting, and to see that get to carry on really is special. So,
and I'd like to say that we don't have many young people whose projects we finish, but that's not true. We do have quite a good deal from, you know, a lot of different reasons. So,
yeah. Okay. I know this was like a longer one, but if you could kind of give us a snapshot, because I thought that this one, just the longevity of this quilt was pretty amazing.
Yeah. I mean, we do get a lot of people who are like, hey, this quilt's been in my family since the 30s. This quilt's been in my family since the teens. And people pass these things around because they don't want to throw them out and they don't know what to do with them.
Yeah.
So this was one of those. And this was, this woman died in the 50s, but she had been making quilts to sustain her family all through. And I feel like this one also had a little bit of it was made from flour sack fabric.
Oh, wow.
If I'm not mistaken. But this one we had to pair people. This was in the beginning where we didn't have that many people. So we paired an oncology nurse with a woman in Idaho to get this done, and she completed it in just over 6 months. Did that lovely label that, you know, she went above and she went above and beyond the assignment.
I know. I love the attention to detail and personal touch that these stories have, and they put that into that project in so many unique ways.
And these guys met up in person. Like she flew to deliver the quilt, which was insane, which is lovely. And
now, this photo did me in.
That's Batea's dad was 99, and that sweater had been started for him by his wife, who had passed away. and we were trying to get it. Oh, it was for his 99th birthday. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
We were trying to get it to him for his 99th birthday. And another weird thing happened. I was at Vogue Knitting Live, which is another thing in New York City. And a woman came up and said, yeah, I made the sleeve of that sweater. And we were like, excuse me? And she's like, yeah, I know that woman. And they needed extra help. The finisher needed extra help. So we all got together. And so even our finishers have help with finishers, which is kind of amazing.
That's amazing. And I love that
he got it on his birthday.
Got it on his birthday. And it's such a sweet memory. It gets me every time. Here's a beautiful quilt. So I just wanted to show some variety in the projects. You know, it's not just knitting and crocheting, but there's quilting and so many other things. So
this is the front of that quilt that we saw the label of. This is
okay.
and Katie, and this is them meeting up in person, which is just amazing. And that's the original sewing machine that great grandma had used, which is
wow. Now this one's very unique because it wasn't originally a quilt. It was just a bunch of neckties, and they thought to make it into a quilt as a way to have that all of his neckties that he was known for wearing kind of memorialized. And one of the sweet things is that she also pulled some of her son's neckties to incorporate in it, including some of the ones from when they were little, the clip-on ones.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just a way to make a family heirloom that they can continue to pass down.
Yeah, and a lot of times we need the project to be started in some way.
Mm-hmm.
So we do get a lot of people who are like, I've got 5 bags of T-shirts, and we're like, there's ways to get those done, and there's a lot of people in the memorial item business, and we don't want to take any work from them. But this one had been started a little bit, and it was finished. The bulk of it was done by our finisher, but there's a lot of times where we offer the project to the finisher, and the finisher can say yes or no. Like if it's like, I've had people saying, my grandmother was an expert knitter, and it's a crochet chain of like 50 stitches. And I'm like, well, what do you think this was? I think it was a queen size blanket. And I'm like, I don't think it was, but we can talk people about what things should be. And like, not everybody needs a doily bedspread, but some pillows out of a doily bedspread might be lovely and might be a nice thing to put into an item for somebody.
And this one is a sweater, and this one really
this speaks to the ingenuity. So Verona was the woman in the corner with her husband. There, she had been making this for her, I think it was her niece, and this one was a puzzle because it's not easy. It's a tricky type of knitting. We found the pattern, but the pattern was for a waistcoat. So we went onto our finisher group and said, hey, does anybody know how this would be done? And not only did they find the pattern for this, they went onto another site called Ravelry, and they found Verona's original notes about how she was working on this. And we're able to, because sometimes people put those things in Ravelry and share, because she was also Saturn. What?
I just got goosebumps.
I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing what 17,000 crafters can do in a group where you post something and you get schooled right away if you don't know what's going on. You post something, it's like, I think this is knitting, and they're like, no, that's Tunisian crochet. And then you'll see 5 videos of what it is, and then you'll have 3 people who are like, that's my favorite thing to do. I'll help you. So it's a magical group. They're delightful.
So from my understanding, she passed away, and then shortly after, her husband passed away and left behind their daughter. So this is their only child, wearing that completed sweater and having something to remember her mom and her family by. Yeah,
it's just was such a nice full circle moment. Like she got to have the thing that her mom was making for her, and it's just stunning. It's really
it is. Here's another one. We'll kind of go through these quickly, but here's another beautiful quilt. Again, just all these beautiful projects that have been made. There's so many of these stories over on your website that people can see, but I just wanted to show some of the variety of things that have been made, and there's
so many,
countless projects.
There's so many. And what, like, some of them are just so beautiful. They're beautiful in the fact that they got chosen to be submitted. Like, there's sometimes people are submitting things for other people without their knowledge. Sometimes sometimes they submit things and we get them, and those Argyle socks are a perfect indication. Sometimes something doesn't get finished because it was no fun to do. And those Argyle socks were no fun. And that woman just stayed with it. But crafters out there, if you're in something and you're like, I don't like this, get rid of it. Get rid of it.
Yeah.
Don't leave it for someone who doesn't.
Oh my goodness. Well, this was so great to kind of have a moment to share with everybody what Loose Ends is. I appreciate you taking some time.
It's delightful to be here.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I am going to real quick grab a link. We have a blog post for every single one of our presenters, and it has so much information in the blog about everybody that's presenting and all the things that they're doing, including links to their websites, links to their socials, how to connect with them. So I just dropped that in the chat for everybody. If you want to go check out that blog post and learn more about Loose Ends, maybe volunteer. But Jen, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. We appreciate any opportunity to talk about this. It's been a truly privilege to be able to start this and see how it blossomed. It's really amazing to see your ideas kind of just take flight. So, and the best part about this is that the people who sign up to be finishers, it's their organization too. So it's not just me and Macy and Jane. It's everybody's.
Yeah. And Jen's going to be joining us this afternoon in our VIP Zoom after the live stream. So if you have questions for Jen, be sure to hop onto our VIP Zoom. If you're not signed up for VIP, there's still time to do that. But Jen, we'll see you later this afternoon in that Zoom. And I appreciate all your time today.
No problem. Thanks so much for having me. Bye, everybody. Thank you for your nice words.
Thanks. Oh my goodness. Okay. Woo! I am going to bring Melody back. I can't hear you, Melody. Hold on one second.
I'm muted.
There you go.
Don't bring me back. I'm crying. Like, I can't. That is the sweetest thing.
I'm sorry we had to kick off with that, but I thought it was such a good reminder going into this entire few days of like why we all love sewing and quilting and crafting and making, and how we can just keep that in the back of our minds of ways that we can give back all that we're going to learn this week. So I just wanted to share them because they are wonderful.
And I loved her advice for us who are crafters now. Like finish your things if you can. Get rid of the stuff you're never going to finish.
Like if you were never going to finish it, just get rid of it, because then your family's going to think that you wanted it done.
And that's what they're going to remember you with. Yeah, my mother passed a year ago, March, and she was an avid quilter, hand embroiderer, and we found a whole bunch of her stuff. I stole a bunch of it so that nobody else knew about it because she lived with me, and so I took it all first. But we found some kits that she had started and didn't get around to finishing. She had a stroke about 6 years ago and couldn't finish them, and my little sister took them to work on, and my little sister is a hand embroiderer count cross stitcher, and so she took it. It was so sweet that she was able to take them, and she's been working on them when she can. So it's lovely to be able to leave them, but if it's something that you don't love, get rid of it.
I also like the idea of kind of like having that noted in your will, so that your family knows, like, hey, like these things can be donated, but if I didn't get to finish some of these projects in this bin, these were the ones that meant the most to me. If for whatever reason, like, please see, and here's an organization that can help you get those done so it's not a burden to you.
Yes. What an amazing organization.
Yeah. I love them so much.
So
and I think we need to do a little pick me up.
Yeah.
Get the energy going before I turn the show over to you to share our exclusive thing that we're doing for this event. Excuse me, I have the hiccups. When I cry, I get the hiccups. Is that weird? Anyways, for you guys to have access to this fun exclusive bundle thing that we've put together that Melody's going to tell you all about. But Melody has a game of her own that she brought in. You saw my spin to win earlier. She's got her own game, and we're going to do it again. Now, I do want to say something real quick. We are live stream. So if you hop into this live, not while it's live, and you're behind, because I saw some numbers popping into the chat after the fact. So I'm just going to preface this by saying, be sure that you're moved all the way over as far as possible, that you're watching live. Otherwise, you're going to miss out on some stuff. You can always go catch the replay later. This is going to be saved on our YouTube channels, but you can just make sure you're watching live so you can actually participate in those giveaways real time. I don't want you to miss out. So with that being said, Melody, would you like to introduce your game that you got for just this event?
So this was Bethany's brilliant idea to find this, but and she couldn't find it where she was, so we were lucky to find it here. But if you guys were with us in our March event, we do these 3 times a year, March, June, September. Bethany has a cute little spin to win where we do our live giveaways, which was so much fun. And I wanted to join in the fun so bad. So I joined in. I'm going to try to, I have to turn the camera, and
it's so big.
It's so big. It's so much bigger than we thought. I am not techie, but we have, I turned it. See, I knew I would do that.
Wrong way.
I turned it the wrong way. There we go.
Anybody remember Plinko?
We're going to zoom this out a little bit.
We turn it up.
Yep. Wrong way again.
Look at that thing.
We have a Plinko.
I'm so jealous.
I'm one of Barb Barker's beauty people, whatever you call it. Yeah. Yes. So fun. So we are going to play Plinko. Now we have some prizes along the bottom, and I'm going to drop a chip, and we're going to win something. I'm so excited.
All right, well, let's do it.
Okay, here we go. So I'm going to drop it. We're going to figure out what we are. So if you haven't heard of Plinko, they play it on the old Price is Right. And I used to watch that with my mom when I was a kid at 9 o'clock every morning. Yeah.
My favorite game on the whole show is Plinko. I love it.
They didn't play it very often.
No, that's what made it so special.
It was all cash, right? They didn't want to give cash away. So they didn't play it very often. But anyway, so we're going to drop this, and then we're going to ask a question, and we're going to pick a winner. Okay?
Yep. Get your fingers ready.
Here we go. First Plinko. Flex Light.
Flex Light. Oh, where is mine?
So, let me zip my camera back.
I've got my Flex Light right here. Woo, that's right in my face. So Flex Light, perfect for attaching to your sewing machine or your projects or on the go. We love our Flex Lights. It's one of our most popular products.
It really is.
And we're going to be giving away several of these throughout this week. Yeah. But what should we ask the question? Okay. It's your Plinko game. I'm going to let you ask it.
Okay, so I'm going to ask this question, and I apologize for those of you who are on our VIP Zoom yesterday because I asked it then, because I'm always curious about it, because I need to ask this question so I feel a little bit better about myself. And also in honor of our friends that we just saw at Loose Ends, I would like for you guys to put a number 5 in the chat if you have any unfinished projects that you have started. Put another number 5 in the chat. Bethany will pick a winner. We'll let you put the 5s in for about 30 seconds or so first, because I was joking yesterday, and it's not a joke, but I travel the country. I go to shows. I see these beautiful projects that are out there that all the fun designers out there create, and I buy projects almost every show, and I'm getting a pile of things that I need to do. So put a number 5 if you have a project.
Melody learned yesterday that WIP stands for Works in Progress, and UFOs stand for Unfinished Objects.
Yes.
You can use either.
You can use either. So if you have a WIP or a UFO that you have started and you have not finished, put another 5, and we will see about a Flex Light.
Oh, there's so many. I'm just going to scroll. Ready? I'm scrolling, and stop. Who did I stop on? Noelle. Let's see here.
Noelle,
write this down.
Congrats, Noelle. Please send an email to melody@cutterpillar.com with your address and type in there that you want a Flex Light. And I will get a Flex Light shipped off for you. It's the best little light.
Congratulations, Noelle. We're happy for you. This is the perks of tuning in live. And we have other giveaways that we're doing with our other presenters and with Caterpillar that are just for those who registered and for our VIP. But we still like to throw in some little goodies throughout the live stream for those tuning in live. So everybody has a chance to win something. throughout the process. So yeah, that's exciting. Okay, now Melody, you are about to share all about our new exclusive bundle.
Yes. So I'm going to talk about our new exclusive bundle just for our Handmade Collective here in June. It's really good. I really love it.
I know.
It's sort of, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know if you were, okay. Anyway, it's sort of it's kind of our starter bundle / best of the best bundle. We put it together for the Handmade Collective. We have not had these items bundled together before. So this is a very new configuration. We do sell bundles on our website frequently, and you usually get the best deal if you're bundling products. Now, typically the bundles that we put together that we have on our website are specific. We have applique bundles, we have embroidery bundles, we have quilting bundles, we have paper crafting bundles, we have different bundles like that. And so we try to make them specific for the type of projects that you're working on. This one is kind of the best of the best bundle that we've got going on. Our most popular products, our best products. As I was saying, typically the bundles on our website are about 5% off. So you get a little bit of a discount when you bundle things together on our site at cutterpillar.com. But this bundle for this event is 15% off on the website. Now,
plus you can add your code.
You can add your code. So with that, if you're tuning in live and you have not registered, that's totally fine. You can use code
JuneLive10.
JuneLive10. All one word, JuneLive10. JuneLive10. You can use that and you can get an additional 10% off of this bundle, which gets it close. The way the math works, with which math has changed since I took math, but the way math works, it's not quite 25% off, but that's a pretty great deal.
Yeah, it's a great deal.
It is. So if you registered, you have a different coupon code that came into your email for 15% off. You can add that to the already 15% off on this bundle. If you are a VIP and you signed up for that, you have a coupon code in your email at 20% off, and you can add that. Now, it's not too late to register. It's not too late to join the VIP if you choose to do that. All of that's still available, but this bundle is already 15% off. Don't tell the bosses. And you can add your coupon codes to it. So let me tell you what's in it.
All right, I'm going to hop off. Real quick, I'm going to hop off.
She has some other stuff to work on back there.
I got to get ready for our next guest.
I got till when? When do I got? Quarter after, right?
Till 11:15.
Okay, I'll talk relatively fast.
I'll hop in.
Pop in when it's time.
And just be sure, everybody, you're sliding that bar forward and watching live, because we're still getting numbers in our chat, which is fine, but you're a little late to you missed it. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Bethany. Okay. So this bundle, I usually am standing up. So this is a weird little spot for me. We had to lower the table because we have Chelsea Porter coming in later, and she's going to be filming from here. And so she needed it lower. So this feels weird for me. I'm usually standing up, but I'm going to do my best this way. So this bundle, like we said, we put it together exclusive for our Handmade Collective event, the best of the best. So the first thing that it includes, I'm going to flip my camera here so you can see our stuff. The first thing that it includes is our brand new Glow Premium 2. So this is our LED light board. The thing about our light boards that is so great is anyone who's used a light board for applique projects, embroidery projects, paper piecing projects, you know how invaluable they are in doing those kinds of things. This is our brand new version. So there's some upgraded things to it compared to our older one. So first of all, it comes with this 90-degree cord. If you can see that right there, that 90-degree cord sort of keeps the cord from sticking out too far. So it keeps it a little bit tighter so you don't bump it so much. So that's really nice. It's kind of a small little additional thing, but it's kind of a nice little additional thing. This light board also has 4 levels of light instead of 3 levels of light. So it starts at your brightest. So hopefully you can kind of see that on the camera. You've got your highest, you've got your next one, you've got your next one, and you've got your next one. And then it dims back down to nothing. The thing that's so great about this is where you can do your pattern tracing. So anyone who ever has done applique, I'm sure you all have. Let me know if you have. You have tried to, I'm going to have to dim that down a little bit so you can see it in the camera. You've tried to do your pattern tracing by taping it to the window, taping it to the sliding glass door, taking a flashlight, sticking it under your glass coffee table. But now you don't have to do it. You can do it right on top of this. So this, you can set on the table and use it like this. The thing that is so great about our Glow Premiums, and only our Glow Premiums, is that they are fully portable. So you can remove that battery and you can use it off of the power cord for about 4 hours. So you can take this to a retreat, you can take this to a class, you can sit in front of the television with working this on your lap, and you can work on your projects that way. They're super lightweight, very thin. They're really, really great light boards. Now, if the light board part isn't great enough, it also comes with a translucent self-healing cutting mat. So the thing that's so great about these cutting mats is, first of all, the light shines through so you can see what you're doing, but they have a texture on the back. I don't know if we can get to see that super well, but there is, I'm going to try to show you that. There's a texture on the back of this mat. So the mat will not slide around when you're using it. The new version, this Glow Premium 2, there is a little bit of a texture on the top as well. So that will help hold your fabric in place while you're working on it. It doesn't slip around as much like it does on regular cutting mats. So this is so great. The other thing about this cutting mat that is a little bit added benefit compared to our other light boards is that the mat here comes all the way to the edge of the board. If any of you guys have seen our original Glow Basic or original Glow Premium, they only covered the lighted area. Now this covers the whole thing. So if you are cutting, you do not have to worry about stopping at the end of the lighted area. You can continue to cut right over, so you're not going to nick your board. I have nicked my boards so many times. The boards are fine. They still work. It's not a problem, but I have nicked my boards a lot. So that's another upgraded version of this one. It also has a molded plastic base, so it's a little more secure. So you've got this molded plastic all the way around. The first light board we made this way was our Glow Mini, but now our Glow Premium 2 and our Glow Classic are built this way as well. So it's nice, and it makes it a little more lightweight, which is good because we have included inside the Glow Premium 2 magnetic plates. So they are built in already, so you can use your magnets to hold your projects down through your cutting mat, through your fabric, and it will keep everything in place while you're working on stuff. Because there's nothing worse than working on a project where you finally find time to work on a project and someone calls or someone comes to the door and you go and you come back and you have to reset everything. So the Glow Premium 2 is the main product of this bundle that we did for the Handmade Collective. Some things that you can do with it. So if you do any paper piecing or anything like that, you have your little piece here. You can set your fabric over the top, and it's hard to see with this camera and with all the lights in here, but you can see exactly where that piece will land. So you can make sure that your fabric is centered where you want that to be before you do any of your fussy cutting or your needle turn applique. And then even if you can't see through your fabric, because that light will shine through your ruler lines, you can line it up exactly. I like to square everything up on the light now, because then I know I'm accurate. Then I know if anything's crooked, I sewed crooked. It's not because I cut crooked. I thought I was a crooked sewer, but I realized I was a crooked cutter. Now everything is nice and square. You can do your paper piecing on here, because when you're folding it, you can tell if your fabric is enough to cover the piece you're working on, because that light will shine through. So that is included in this special Handmade Collective exclusive bundle. We have some other items that are included as well. Our tote bag is included, which you can use it as a storage bag. You can use it as a tote bag. It is double padded, and it's nice and green inside, so you don't lose anything in there. I don't know how many times I lose my keys or my chapstick or something in the bottom of my bag because my purse is dark in there and I can never find it. So this is bright, so you're not going to lose anything in there. So it's padded on both sides. And then you've got another pocket where you can put projects and things like that. I like to keep whatever project I'm working on all in the same thing, so everything stays together. You've got a pocket for your power cords. We added a little slide thing here, so if you are taking it on a trip, if you're traveling with it, you can slide this on a suitcase or a rolly cart, and you don't have to, in case your arms are all full with other stuff. So the tote bag comes with it. You can put the light board and your mat inside here. You can also put in here your tempered glass mat, which is also included. Now, the tempered glass mat is an additional mat you can swap out. You can use the tempered glass mat on all of our light boards except our mini because it's too big for that, but it will fit on half the size of our largest light board or right on the lighted area of our mid-size light boards, the premium or the classic. The thing that's really great about the tempered glass, guys, it is so great. It is a great general crafting mat. It's perfect for paints and inks and glues and things like that because it does not scratch. So if you get hot glue stuck on it, you can just scrape it off and it's not going to hurt your glass mat. If you get paint stuck on there, you can just scrape it off. It's not going to hurt the glass mat. But the thing that is so great about the glass mat is it will take the heat of an iron. So if you are ironing, if you are setting your applique pieces out, you can use the Let me turn that off so you can kind of see. You can use the grid on it to line everything up square, and then you can iron your fusible right on top of your light. And then again, if the glue gets stuck on there, you can just scrape it off. This is the best mat, you guys. It is so very cool to be able to iron on top of your light. You can line up your seams better. You can line up your hems better. You can line up your applique projects better. You can line everything up better because you can see what you're doing, and you can do everything right on top of this light. This is amazing. Now, I showed you guys the magnets for this light board. In this bundle, you get 4 magnets. Now, the magnets on our website come in sets of 2, but you get 4 in here. So you can hold your whole project down on this, and there are magnetic plates all over this board. So there's lots of options to where you want to stick it. So this also includes 2 packs of the magnets. So that's 4 total magnets. Now, guys, let me flip this camera back. I have to tell you, the other thing that's included is our brand new Flex accessory kit with the Flex light. So tomorrow, I think it is, Bethany, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but tomorrow we're going to do kind of a deep dive on our new Flex accessory kits. But I'm going to show it to you quickly. It is included in this bundle, and it is the coolest thing. We've had our Flex lights for a while now. They're fantastic. I'm going to pull my little sewing machine out to kind of show you what to do with your Flex light. So with your Flex light, it comes with this little cradle that has a little piece of Velcro on the back, and you Velcro that onto your machine wherever you want to put that. Then you add your little Flex light to it, and you can point the end of it wherever you might need the extra light. You can stick it on the front if you'd rather it on the front. You can stick it on the back if you don't want it in the way. But then you can turn that light on, and you can give yourself a little bit of extra light, which is really great. It tends to stay on my needle because I'm not seeing very well these days. And so that's where I usually have it. But when you're threading your bobbin and you need to do anything down there, you can point it that way. You can point it all over the place. So it's really, really great for that. And if that wasn't enough, because it's pretty great for a Flex light, the accessory kit that we have now that you would be getting in this bundle as well is so very cool. Let me set this back down. So this right here is your Flex accessory kit. So you can plug the base in, and you can have the little light charging inside the base. When you plug that in, the light can be charging inside the base. Now, the thing that's cool about this is you can set it and you can point it while it's in the base, and it can kind of turn into a tabletop lamp. So that's one additional way you can use your Flex light with this accessory kit. So when you've got that, you can just point that wherever you need it. You can read your instructions with the extra light. You can do whatever with those. That's really great. Now, another piece that comes with it is this little clampy piece. So this little clampy piece, you can stick onto, let me grab it. You can stick onto your embroidery hoop. You can use it as a book light. You can stick it onto anything like that. And then your light, you can slide into this piece. And then you can have extra light when you are working on your embroidery projects or anything like that. It also comes with this little piece, which is an extra little magnifier that you can stick. Well, that light is too bright for me. You can stick it. The light also has 3 levels of light. So if it's too bright, you can like dim it down a little bit, which is really great. So you can stick the magnifier on here, and you can help see a little bit better what you're working on. It will help magnify. Look at that. It'll magnify your stitching. Oh my gosh. It's so good. Look how good that magnifies. Oh, it's so cool. I love this part. Now, the other part that comes with it is a little bit tricky, and it's a little bit strange, but it's really, really cool. So we have this other cradle that comes in the base that has little magnets on the back of it. We're loving magnets around here. So it comes like this. You also get this little lanyard piece right here. So kind of like if you're going to a show or something like that, you get this little lanyard piece. Now, I'm going to show you kind of quickly how this works. And it's a little bit, like I said, come back tomorrow and we go over it. We're going to go over it in a lot more detail, but this is really cool. So if you take your little lanyard here and you put it around your neck, you can take this little cradle. It has these little holes on either side, and you can hook it onto this. So now you can wear your Flex lights. So it's really great. If you do crochet, if you do any sort of handwork, you can wear your Flex light around your neck like this, right? So you can have the magnifier on it or not, and you can wear it around your neck like this. Now, when you've got the magnifier in it, you see how it kind of flops around so much. Like this would be hard to do your work with it. So now you have this extra little piece of lanyard that you can hook on this extra little loop on your lanyard, okay? So when you do that, stick that on there, and you have this extra string hanging off, which seems a little weird, but there's a good reason for it. So when you do that, there's this little black piece at the end, and you have this little disc inside the kit as well. So you can snap this together like that. Now this is a little magnetic plate on the disc. And as I told you, there's little magnets on the back of this. So if you take this little disc and you slide it in your shirt, up under your shirt or underneath your shirt, either way, now when you slide that under your shirt, this little magnet will stick to that little disc, and now it's not going to flop around. Now you can be completely hands-free, and it's not going to slip around, and you can do your handiwork right while this stays in place. So you can have the extra light, you can have the magnifier, and you can keep that right there. The other thing you can do is if you pull that off, unhook that from your little lanyard. This is another way that you can make it like a little tabletop light, because if you have the magnetic cradle on it, you can set it on your tabletop and you can make that magnetic, and that can be a little tabletop lamp as well. The thing that's super cool about this little disc is it's acrylic, but on the back side of it, it's soft and fuzzy. So if it is against your skin, it's not going to be cold. Or if it is on a tabletop, it's not going to slip. So that is the coolest thing. So like I said, we're going to talk about it a little bit more later, but this bundle is what we want to talk about today. We're going to have different products we're going to highlight every single day this week, all 3 days. But we wanted to talk about our awesome bundle, our special Handmade collective bundle. It includes our Glow Premium 2, our brand new Glow light board that is rechargeable and has magnetic plates already built into it. It includes our Glow tote bag, so you can keep everything in it together. It includes our tempered glass mat that you can iron on top of your light. It includes 4 magnets to hold your projects down while you're working on it. It includes the Flex accessory kit with a Flex light. Guys, it is already 15% off. We don't usually have our bundles that high of a discount on our website. So for those of you here that are joining us live, you can use the coupon code, I keep forgetting it, Bethany, JuneLive10. You can use the coupon code JuneLive10 for an additional 10% off. If you sign up and register for our event on our website, all that takes is a name and an email address, and you're registered, and you'll get an email with a coupon code for 15% off. And then if you want to sign up as a VIP and get all the extra goodies that come with that, you'll get a coupon code for 20% off. Now, the coupon codes, all these 3 coupon codes are not stackable together, but you can use one of these codes on top of the already discounted prices on the website. So go check out the Handmade Collective bundle. These discounts are good through this event, guys, and this is the best bundle. If you've been wondering, if you've been waiting, if you're wondering what of these products we should get, I've been looking at them. I've kind of wanted them. I don't really know. This is the best of the best. These are all of our best-selling items. Our rechargeable light board and our Flex light are our 2 best-selling items. They will help you with all of your projects, all of your quilting, all of your sewing, all of your paper crafting. You can do card making on top of there as well. I use the Flex light to help me read the instructions in the Legos when I built them with my grandson. You can attach it to a book at night when you're reading. You can keep the light low so you don't bug your partner unless you're angry with them, and then you can turn the light really bright, and then they have a hard time sleeping. Not that I'm speaking about that from what am I trying to think of? Not that I would do that, but maybe I have. If they're bugging you, you can keep it brighter so it bugs them. Whatever you do, it's fine either way. But the Flex accessory kit that comes with the light is included in this bundle as well. This Glow Premium 2 is our newest light board, and this Flex accessory kit is brand new. We just got it. It just came in stock last month.
I think it's a great bundle. I mean, I love the accessory kit. I love all of it. I mean, truthfully, I use all of it. I just had to pop on before we introduce our next speaker. She was begging. This is Biscuit, for those who don't know.
Hi, Biscuit.
Welcome. She pops into our live sew-alongs all the time on Fridays. But today is her 9th birthday.
Oh, Biscuit is 9?
She's 9.
Oh, my gosh.
So everybody wish Biscuit happy birthday. She's my what I call perma-pup. Happy birthday, Biscuit. She just got a piece of my lunch, which was cheese. So
hey, I'm glad you found a minute to eat today. I think that's great. Yeah.
But anyways, she just wanted to pop in. She's been down here napping, which she always is. She's down here hanging out. So she's always sleepy, but she's 9. I can't believe it.
She's a mature woman.
she acts like it. She's got a little bit of a sassy attitude, but I love it. And I love her for it.
Don't we all, Bethany? Don't we all?
And now she's sniffing into the trash where I threw the wrapping from my cheese. Anyways, so yeah, we're going to take Biscuit out to dinner tonight for her birthday. We take her to a little restaurant and she gets to have some French fries and sit at the table with us because it's like an outdoor place.
I love that.
She loves outings. So anything like that she likes to do. Anyways, she might make another appearance throughout this week. You just never know. She when she's ready to be on camera, she just hops in my lap.
She just pops on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She does it in our work meetings too. Throughout the week.
She just pops along. She's part of the team.
She is part of the team.
Yes.
All right, Melody, that was wonderful. Our next guest is about to hop on. So I'm going to say.
Wait, Francis has a quick question.
Yes.
Francis wants to know how much the bundle is. So the bundle is, I have it right here. Do you have it right there? I do.
I dropped the link. I dropped the link in the chat, but you want to pull the website up real quick?
I could, but let me I don't want to take too much time really quick about it. So we'll come back at the end of the day. We'll talk about it some more again and we'll pull it all up. But just really quickly, this whole bundle typically retail wise is $520. Give or take, because everything's blah, blah, 99. So it's a few cents off of that. So it's $520. Right now it's 15% off. So it's $441.94 on sale right now. But then you can also use your coupon codes and either get an additional 10, 15, or 20% off.
On top of that. That's all. That's crazy.
It's the one.
Awesome. Good question. Okay. All right. Thanks, Melody.
All right. See you in a little bit.
All right. Our next guest is Jennifer Long with Sew a Story, and she's going to be doing a fun sew along with you all. So if you're ready, maybe you need to stand up and shake and do a little dance and stretch your legs, because we've gone through a little bit already, but she's going to be our first presenter diving into some sewing techniques. So I'm excited to introduce Jennifer, and I've got her backstage. Let me bring her to stage.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
I'm going to chat a little bit. I'm doing very good. Happy to be here.
Awesome. Well, I don't want to take too much of your time. You're going to be hanging out.
I have a fun fact for you.
Oh, let's hear it.
Okay. The fun fact is I actually trained when you were like, get up and shake a bit. I was like, I can lead them through this if they want, because I used to be a dancer.
Oh, lovely.
I won't for real, but I was like, I know I was doing this part of it today.
I mean, I feel like I need to get up and move every so often, because I'm like sitting and just, hanging out. But if you need to get up and shake, do a few laps up around the whatever room you're in, up and down the hall, take a little break outside, do some stretching. Yes. And then we'll get ready to do some sewing with Jennifer. So I'm going to pass it over to you, Jennifer. At any point, if you get to a stopping point and you want to say, hey, Bethany, are there any questions? I'll hop back in. And maybe share some of the questions that are in the chat. I'll keep up with them. I'm also going to bring your other camera on stage.
Excellent. I can see the comments, but they're coming through fast. So if I miss
I'll
anything,
manage that for you.
Oh, I want this twisted. How come it's like that?
You'll actually have to change, if the camera's like this, you'll actually have to tilt it up and then back down.
I think you did that right. Sorry. Okay.
There you go. It's always tricky when you go to point it facing down. So it's okay. Awesome. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to head out and let you do your thing.
Excellent. Okay. So hello, everyone, and welcome. My name is Jennifer Long from Sew a Story. I'm an early years educator turned, I always say, Riley Blake fabric designer. I've been designing fabric with Riley Blake. I believe I'm on my, I should have this 13th or 14th collection. I niche in early years fabric, but it's really like nostalgic for, it's fabric that you would want to have in your house, but that has elements for all in there. And I also am a really passionate pattern creator, designer, writer. And so you'll see that in some of the patterns that I'm sharing. Hi, everyone. But what I wanted to talk to you a little bit about is that I usually try to create patterns not only for like beauty, but for another reason as well, that they have a purpose and a use. And often the use and the purpose is to like connect the generations together. So I am a huge component. I believe strongly in just like family connection, and that you can do it through simple things. And so the pattern we're going to do today is actually called balloon cover. So it's this pattern, and I do have a coupon code that I'm sharing for it today. So normally the craft patterns are $11.95. I'm selling it for $4 in my shop. And I believe the code is balloon number 4 in it if you go to the Sew It Story website. So you can grab the pattern and the templates there. But let me just explain what a balloon cover is. So kind of invented this when I was working with children. My children are grown up already, but balloons are so fun, and you know that there's nothing really like them. They try to make light bulbs, but you can't really get that same kind of buoyancy that you can get from a balloon, from anything else but a balloon. But if you have big red balloons and small children especially, you know that it can be a choking hazard, and it can also startle them and scare them, and pieces of like latex can be everywhere, and that could be the choking hazard. And so I came up with this pattern, which is it has a little hole in it. We'll show you how it works, but you can put your favorite fabrics. You can use your 10-inch stacker to make this, a couple of them actually, because you only need 6 pieces. So 6 10-inch squares, and you can make this balloon cover. And then if your balloon pops, it's no problem, because all the pieces are cased inside of this fabric, and you'll just fish them out and then blow another balloon in there. So it really is, I don't know, it's really fun, and you can share your favorite fabrics. You can have the children help you pick out fabrics and bring them into your sewing space. And I think it would probably be like really fun in the water as well. It's splashable. So what you're going to need to do first is choose your favorite fabrics. So I am using a fabric collection that's just coming out right now in shops. It's called Created with Love, and this is a 10-inch stacker here. It has all of these great prints in it, and these prints are like reminiscent of our world. So it's basically like enjoying and celebrating the planet and the world around us. It has butterflies and florals and animals. It has lots of like animals in throughout all over the world. There's also like raindrops. There's a little number print here with different animals in it. Sky and moon. There's a text print. And there's also a little cute fishy print. I can't find it here. Okay, this little cute like under the sea print. I don't know if you can see that here. And it comes in all of these great colors. This one, the collection behind me here as well. So that's what I'm going to use, but you can choose your favorite fabric. A few other things that I need is the template. So if you get the PDF pattern, you're going to want to print off the template at actual size. That's always something that you should be aware of if you're printing it on your home printer, or even taking it somewhere else to print. There's always a 1-inch marker here. Let me just move this a little bit more so you can see it there. Okay, so there's always like a 1-inch square test marker, and the reason why these are there is actually so you can test them. Now you can make it a little bit bigger and a little bit smaller, and your balloon will just blow up to the max of it here. But if you want everything to be proportional, there is usually a setting that is on your printer that you just have to say print actual size instead of fit to page. And that's just one thing if you're ever having trouble with templates to know about. So you're going to need your pieces for your pattern. You're going to need a couple other supplies here too. So you'll need a balloon, you'll need your fabric, and I have a couple of extra things here, and I'll talk about those at the end, how to embellish. But I have some floss, and I'm going to just do like a little bit of extra detail at the end on my opening to give it a little bit of stability, but some beautiful texture as well, because we know that children love texture. I also have this product called Sparkle Paste. This is a product that I designed with ThermoWeb, and it adds sparkle to fabric. You can actually heat set it so it becomes permanent. And so we're going to let children kind of come in here and play with it as well. This is a great thing to do at the summer. Maybe you make this project for them. It's going to look like this when they come to your house, or if you're a grandma, or when they wake up in the morning, it's going to look like nothing, and you're going to magically blow up this, and then they can have their own hand in it and maybe add some sparkle to it. I'm going to use like a light fusible just for an option on one piece of it. You don't want to put too much weight into it, or it's going to lose its buoyancy. And then I'm going to use this. I'm going to show you how I use this fabric fuse as well. Okay. So let's get started. I am using my light caterpillar. I won't do it as good as they did. That's the sales part of it here, but I'm just going to show you how I'm going to use this. So this is the template and how it comes. I've cut it out, and you're going to make 6 of these. So really, really simple. You're going to make 6 wedges, we'll call them here. And I wanted to do it like in a rainbow fashion. I did these ones just like pretty scrappy, as you can see. And I wanted this next one to feel like really cohesive and kind of like a rainbow in here. So I did that. I have those already all prepped. And then the option here, and I wanted to show you one without it, is you can see that this is the point on the ball. If you want to cover it up, or maybe you just didn't cross it over, I'm going to give you tips and tricks to cross it over. You can always add a little circle, and it kind of gives that cute beach ball effect to it. So let's start with that. And that's what I'll use here for. So I'm going to put my template on my light box, and I'm going to take a piece of fusible web, and I'm going to lay it on top just like that. And actually, this is something, if you're looking for things for children to help you with in the sewing room, this is definitely one. It's like magic, right? So we know if we turn it off, instead of having them like awkwardly on the window and taped everywhere else, you can just invite the children into your sewing room and let them use your great tool, and then have this magic happen. You'll see how much they love it. So then you'll just trace this circle around, or have them trace it here on the paper side of the fusible web. So it looks like that. You can make 2 of them. And then on the other side, I don't know if you've ever worked with a product like this or not, but it's like got a tiny little bit of glue. This is a light one, so I want it as lightweight as possible. So I have a lightweight one here, and I'm just going to take a piece of fabric and lay it wrong side down, and I'm going to press it. So I already have one pressed like this. And you're just going to take your scissors, and on that same wrong side, you can just use them to cut along that line. So again, depending on the age of your child, these are definitely things that they can help you do while you are prepping the other steps. And it becomes a team effort. All right. So we have all of our pieces. My space is going to get cleaner and cleaner as we go. Okay, so we have all of our pieces cut and ready to go. I'm just going to move these out of the way and show you the next step, which is sewing. So I'll move this back here. All right, and the next step is going to be sewing. So we're going to take 2 pieces. I'm going to start with my 2 orange, as I said I would. You know what, for this purpose, I'm going to just take 2 different colors so you can see them well. And I don't know, have you ever sewn curved pieces before together? You let me know what your sewing ability is. If this scares you, I'm going to show you some easy, great tips on how to do it, and even how to make that 3-dimensional shape. I am not intimidated by 3-dimensional shapes because I also make lots of dolls, but I want to let you know that 3-dimensional is no different than flat sewing. It's just one piece at a time. It just keeps layering one piece at a time. So if you can sew a straight line, a flat line, you can actually sew a 3D item. That's how fun and easy it is. So you just take these 2 template pieces and you put them right sides together. Like you were saying, if you cut them exactly, then they should match really, really well. And this is your friend, pin. So again, if you're working with maybe like a 9 to 12-year-old, and they're going to help you sew here, you're going to definitely want to add a lot of pins, not sew over them. And I put my pins, I know there's the jury's out, it's personal, but I put my pins perpendicular to how I sew. I'm actually going to zoom in a little bit more so you can see. That'll be so much better. Okay, excellent. So I put my pins in perpendicular to how I sew, and I'm going to show you the reason for that in a minute. And I leave them hanging off the edge. We do not want to sew over our pins. So I leave them like this, and then when I take it to my sewing machine, I have my 1/4 inch seam allowance, and right before I get to that, I just pop that pin out. I even like to sew in a needle down position. And when it's in a needle down position, then you can just even stop it there for a second and pull that pin out. All right, don't get dizzy. I'm going to move the camera over one more time because I have some really good tips and tricks to share with you about like sewing here, and just a few things that you might have had happen to you before that maybe I can help alleviate. So let's come on over to the sewing machine. Okay. Okay, is that good? I need a little bit more weight on this because I'm taking my arm really far. Sorry about that. I do want to show this to you. So we're going to put this down, and I'm going to make sure that this is in a down position. But before I do, I'm going to take my upper and my bobbin thread. Got a second here. And I'm going to show you how to not get that little nest at the back. So do you know that like sometimes, I'm going to pull it back up here. There you go. Okay, so you know how when you can start something when you're quilting or 2 pieces of cotton off the edge like this, sometimes it can get, the thread can get stuck down in the bottom of the machine and you can kind of get this nest. Maybe it even like starts it off and it bunches up like this a bit. So I'm going to show you a really easy, quick trick to do while you're sewing. And it's not if you're chain piecing, but if you're just sewing. So I just take these 2 threads and I just have to give them a little twist. So all I do is give them a little twist and I pull them back. I have the 2 on there. And so when I'm holding them, when I just hold them and they've twisted. So now when I start, I'm in a needle down position. I'm just going to start sewing. I don't know why I'm in reverse. And there you go. And I'm getting close to that pin, and then that will alleviate any of that bunching that you happen to have there. And you're just going to continue on sewing that 1/4" seam allowance all the way along. And you just follow that curve. So just you just stay nice and sorry, my threads were so long there. Just nice and even all the way. You can go float, and then you come to your pin. Just make sure that your needle is down. Pull up your pin so you don't sew it over, and you just keep following all the way along. This happens 6 times. This is how easy it is. But I'll show you that last one because that last one's a little bit tricky too. I am going to do a back stitch here at the end just because I don't want it to pull away. All right. Has anybody ever used that trick before when they are sewing at the edge there? And like, look at that. Excellent. Good. Okay. I'm going to pull you back up here. All right. And I'll move this back a bit. Sorry about that. Wanted you to see all the angles. I need like 5 cameras maybe. Good. All right. So I do have a couple sewn together already. So I have these 2. They're sewn together. And when you're working with a curved, oh, you can't see. There you go. When you're working with a curved seam like this, I'm going to pull it over even more. When you're working with a curved seam like this, you're going to want to clip inside all of those corners, either with just a small pair of scissors and notch them out, and then you're going to get a nice flat open seam, or you're going to use like a pinking shears, which I did use here. And once I've sewn them, I'm just going to use like a pair of pinking shears like this and sew around them. So it looks like this. And when you open it up, you can see how nicely it just falls into each other. And that's because it has that give in the seam allowance. So I've already done 4 of them here. So it looks like this. Look, it's going to be a rainbow ball. So it already looks like this. I'm crossing them over, and I'm going to show you how to do the last 2 seams. So the last 2 seams are, this one is the same as all of them have been, and this last one's going to be the most important. So to do this, we're going to pin them together. I'm just going to, again, move a few things out of the way so you can see this whole area. All right. Oh, what are we saying? Which code? Oh, you're having an issue with the code? It's balloon, BALLOON 4. Hopefully that's working. Yeah. If not, let me know and I'll help you at the end too. If you're having any, let's see if the pattern is on her site. Yes. Maybe you can drop the link, do you think, in there for them to the pattern. If you go to the pattern shop, sorry, it's sewitstory.com. And then if you just, oh, go ahead. We can't hear you. Or I can't hear you.
Sorry, I had myself muted. I'll put the link in the chat for the pattern again. I put it in the chat earlier when you first started. The code isn't working for me either. So we'll figure that out after you're done doing your tutorial, because they can always watch the replay and sew along later. Yes. But we'll make sure we get the code working. It's okay.
Yeah.
This is part of live streaming, okay? Like there's always like little things. It's okay, but they know that we'll get it sorted. But I will put the link in the chat again so they can go save it, and then once we get it sorted, then they can get it. Okay.
Sure. And I believe that I have my EA on this call as well. Her name is Monica. So Monica, if it's you, you could just text. Could she text you when she has
Yeah,
it?
I'll send her a quick email.
Yeah, perfect. Okay,
all
awesome.
Right.
Sorry about that, everyone. We'll honor it for sure. All right, so you have this cute little forest together, and we're going to go from here as well. So the most important thing, so you get this nice, beautiful point at the top on both sides, is that you're going to line up those points first. So again, don't be worried about all of this extra fabric in here. You just want to get this one edge that you're sewing nice and flat, and you want it to be the same as this edge. So you're just going to kind of imagine that you have the two pieces. And I'm going to lay them here. And the first things I'm going to match are these points. I'm going to show you my pinning techniques too. Good. All right. So these points right here, now you can see I've got multiple points coming in. Can you see that really well? I have multiple points coming in, and they're all coming in at this 1/4 inch seam allowance because that's what I'm sewing at with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line this seam up to that seam, and I'm going to actually pin at the 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I use that as my guide. And where that pin is inserted here, I'm actually going to insert it right at the point. And that's my tip there for you. So when you pin this back here, and again, it's sticking off, I am going to actually aim my needle on my sewing machine right here for where it is inserted. And that's how you're going to get like perfect points all the time. I'm going to come and do the same thing over here. So again, I have this 1/4 inch seam allowance coming in. And I'm going to place that overlapped over top and at the 1/4 inch. I want the table to support me. At the 1/4 inch seam allowance, I put that in on this side, and then again where everything meets, and push it in, and I hold it. Now that I have those 2 points anchored, I can work this together because I'm sewing like 4 pieces to 2 pieces. So I just want to kind of give, again, a number of pins in here and just kind of keep it going all the way through. And so if you have a child sewing with you this summer, it's really nice to know to maybe you help them with the pinning or get them started with the pinning and they're doing the sewing. So again, depending on the age that you're working with, but we'll talk about all the different things to do with different ages. Okay, and then you're going to come over here and just do the same thing again and sew it back and forth and back and forth. All right. The last thing I want to show you is this opening. So on this balloon pattern, there's actually like an opening here. You can see it's not very big, but that opening does have enough space just to let the balloon comfortably blow up. So it's not like constricting you when you're blowing up. And so there is, you want to leave about an inch. Sorry, stay there. It wants to play with me. About an inch on it. So again, I am going to just make sure that these corners are matching on both sides, on this side, which they are because it's connected. So that I don't have to necessarily do again. But what I do want to do here is this. Now you have a couple of options. If you want to have it really finished, you can turn it over here right now. So let's say I'm going to mark this up here. I'm going to actually mark it at like an inch. And I want to have this opening. A nice good inch. I can do a single fold in here. I could do a 1/8 of an inch double fold, or you don't have to do any kind of a hem. But if you wanted to do a little hem on it here, now is the time. I am not going to do that. I am actually going to use this. Hey, the more crafty, the better, right? I'm going to actually use this product. It's called Fabric Fuse, and I am just going to apply a little bit down here. And then have it like fuse itself. I actually have this little seam roller here too, and it kind of just really helps to roll it in. And you can let it dry on that side, but we'll also do it again on the opposite side. So I just flipped it over and did it on this side. So I'm going to do a 1/4 inch I'll put a little bit more in here and close it up, and then I'm going to seam roll. You can press it as well with your iron if you want to, but now that I have that both in there, I'm going to pin on either side where I have my marks, and I don't want to go past that. So I'm going to sew again from up here all the way to, I'm going to stay inside of here, but all the way to here, if you can see. So you can let that go up, and I'm going to sew right to the needle. And on this side, the same thing. And then I'll just let it press down. All right. Then it will look like this. We'll turn one out, right side out so you can see. Oh, perfect. Thank you guys so much. All right, excellent. And so it looks like this. You can see here that the seam is coming out, and it's opened up over here. And you can press all of these seams open if you want to now, or you can just give it a little press so that it has that. But once you fill it up with a balloon, it is going to be fully like stretched out. So you don't even have to worry if you have a little bit of crinkle happening in it. So what I'm going to do is just take this. I have this pair of hemostats that I just love. If you have never used a pair before, this is the pair to get. It's called the Quilty Hemostat, and it's fantastic for churning. You can get them through Riley Blake. I did design them with Riley Blake for specifically for doll making, but they work so nicely for everything. And so how they use is they have like a clasping mechanism here, and I don't know if you can hear that, but it like clicks. And you close it. It's got a nice soft rubbery handle, and then it has teeth but a blunt end, so it won't puncture anything. I do use it to push stuff out with as well, but if I just put it in and grab a piece of the fabric on the other side and I clasp it together, you can just see how easy it's going to be to pull something out and turn it right side out. And then you don't have to like shove your fingers all the way in. And then when it gets to here, instead of like, again, shoving my fingers in, I just take this and I just use it to push it back out. And you can even use it to like press everything out. Okay. I am going to, if you want to make me big again, maybe instead of this camera or have this camera leave the table, I want to show like stuff here. Can you do that for me? Yeah. Okay. That's good. Sure. All right. So now what you do, this is the fun part. All right, so this is your, that's how fast it is and easy to sew. So this is your balloon cover, and this is your balloon. All you need to do is take the body of the balloon and just use your fingers and slide the body into the balloon cover. This is the magic, so I hope that you have some kids watching too. And this is like great for birthday parties or like 4th of July celebrations. There's so many possibilities that you can do with this. So if you put it inside, just leave the little part out there. You're going to watch me blow up on live camera. Here we go. Okay, let's do this together. Okay, that's one blow, but just hold on. It gets even better until it maxes out. And once it's maxed out, then you just have to knot it. And there you go. So that's your balloon cover. So yeah, that's just that easy. You can make so many that you want. As you can see, you can't make just one. And if you are using a 10-inch stacker, you can make, you need 6, 12, 18, 24, at least 4 to 5 of these you can make, right? So it's so easy with one 10-inch stacker that you can make. Now I do want to say options that we want to talk about that you can embellish with. So things you can do, like I said, is just like use a little bit of sparkle paste. So you can bring this like this already inflated. Would probably be depending on the age of your child, what you want to use, but it looks just like this. Oh yeah, so it looks just like this. It's just like a little paste, and you can use a paintbrush, which there it is. You can use a paintbrush just to grab a little bit of sparkle, and you can just paint it however you want. And it just adds just like a little bit of shimmer. You can put it wherever you want. I mean, through the ocean. They can be as creative. We do have like sparkle stencils as well that goes with this. But if you do it on a balloon, painted like this already, then you just have to be careful on like how much you push on it. So that's why I was saying age, but I don't know if you can see the sparkle on it now. And it can just air dry, or next time you take the balloon out, if you put a pressing sheet on top, and then it will just heat set as well, and it'll be permanent, so you can wash it and everything else. So before I continue, I just wanted to know if there's any questions about this process or comments. I was trying to like watch a little bit, but I didn't really see all of them. So then I want to go into a few other things that we have for like giveaways and stuff. But let me know if you have any questions first.
I didn't see any questions. I will say everybody really appreciated the tip on how to avoid nesting with the threads underneath, and I feel like a lot of people forget to hold those threads. It's always a good reminder. Someone even said that they use a liter piece of scrap fabric to sew first and then feed in, and you can do that as well. That's what's great about sewing, is there's so many different ways to do things. So I appreciate the extra tips, and everybody's really excited. I have to say, this is the cutest, most creative way to like do something I never even would have thought of this, Jennifer. And I have a nephew who will be 2 later this year, and I'm like,
perfect.
I gotta make him some quilted balloons.
Well, I want to share a story about Handmade, since this is called Handmade Collective. I want to share a story about Handmade with children. So I have 4 of my own children. My first is 19 already. My youngest is 12. But I always knew, like as an early childhood educator, I always knew that like I wanted to do like kids could benefit from creativity, that children could benefit from like family time and connection. But what I was not prepared for when my first son was born was how I only not wanted to create for him, but he actually knew at such a young age. I think before he could talk, the difference. And I really truly feel that they can feel the love that you put into something. And so, when I started having more and more kids, it actually like hit me like a wall that they were throwing their toys. I'd be like, clean up time, and they would throw their toys, all their toys that we had bought, and they had lots, into like a toy bin and everything else. But the stuff that was handmade, never made a big deal about it. They always took like different and special care of those. And I think because it's one of a kind, it communicates so much more than what you can get off a shelf. It communicates like the thought behind it and the love that you put into it. And I truly, really believe that they can feel it. And then another benefit to that is that they see you create something for them that brings like joy and pleasure. And then they feel more creative as well. Like it actually builds a lot of like empowerment skills and confidence building in children themselves, actually. So I feel like it's just, you can't go wrong with handmade for children, and it's just a fun way, easy. You can see just like 15 minutes, 20 minutes to make. So
oh yeah, and I have to agree, because I started sewing at like 5, and it was just being around it was so special. Being a part of the process, even if my mom was making my dress, I get to go pick out the fabrics and be a part of the process and decide how puffy my sleeves were going to be, all that stuff, right? Like
or anything, no.
Yeah, and then I got to wear it and show it off, at events, and have her take my picture, and I just felt so special. But I knew it was something that my mom had made for me that we got to do together. And that's what kind of sparked my creativity. And here I am all these years later, still sewing and making and being creative. And so I think even if they're not helping with it, have them be involved, have them pick out the fabrics, have them, pick out see the process, and even just a little bit, it lets them know like, hey, I'm really putting some thought into this, and I want to make something special for you. And I think that is so much more meaningful than anything you could buy at a store. Right. So I love that.
Yeah, 1,000%, because so often, we think, oh, the kids are home from summer, or I have the grandkids over for a week at summer, and so I won't be able to be creative. I won't be able to sew. And I want to challenge you that it's actually the opposite. They're home. This is your opportunity to be creative around them, to pull them into your process. And that is just like absolutely an amazing opportunity. So, yes.
I love it.
Yeah, my mom told me that.
My mom told me to toss a sweater she made for me because it's old and ugly. And I told her, hell no. Jana, I did a sew along recently on applique on a towel because you need to do some extra steps when appliquing on like the loopy towels. And so I did a little sew along here on Caterpillar's YouTube, and I showed that if you do applique right, it will last longer than the towel. And I proved that by showing a towel that my mom had made me when I was around, I don't know, 7 or 8 years old. Like I called her and was like, do you remember how old I was? Because I feel like I was around 7 or 8, maybe 9 when she made this towel, because I have nothing with my name on it. And I so desperately wanted a beach towel with my name on it to take to the pool, during the summer. And so it was just plain white towel. And she had appliqued my name on it with these little sunglasses. And that towel has holes in it and has stains in it. It's falling apart. It's kind of gross. But the applique still looks perfect if you do it correctly and those kind of things. So I shared those tips. But it's just like, I'll never get rid of that towel, even though I don't use it.
It was hand applique or embroidery?
It was machine applique. And so it was satin stitched all the way around every little bit. So that applique have been through a lot of wear and tear because I used it my entire childhood. Every summer we took it to the beach, we took it to the pools, it got washed, it had chlorine on it, all the sand on it, all these things. And I still have it. Now that towel, like I said, has kind of seen better days, but the applique, other than the fabric just being a little faded from wash and wear, there's no lifting of the fabric. It's all the stitches look great and all of that because she just did it the right way. So just having those little extra steps makes a huge difference to make these types of projects last. So to Jana's point, don't get rid of the project. It has sentimental meaning, even if it is a little worn out now and you wouldn't wear it or use it. It's just, there's something so meaningful about those handmade things.
1,000%. You can use those, give new life to things like the sweaters or whatever else in smaller projects like this. And I just want to speak to machine embroidery. I don't know if you meant like actually an embroidery machine or a machine, but if anybody does have an embroidery machine, I wouldn't be scared, depending on the age of your child, but I wouldn't be scared to involve your child with that too. I geek out on embroidery work and embroidery machines. You know that I'm a big doll maker and designer through embroidery patterns. And so it's actually one of the easiest things. They can just press start. You just have to make sure that their hands stay out of it, but they can do all of that press start for it. And it's just a way to involve them and still have your creative time.
And let them pick out the fun colors of threads and all of that. It's so fun. I love embroidery. Someone asked, have you ever made the balloon cover and then put a balloon in it and filled it with helium instead of just blowing it up to see if it actually float?
No, I have not, but it will. I'll show you, look how light. This is full on balloon. Yeah. So this is full on balloon. I have no doubt that it absolutely would. What a fantastic idea. Yeah. Imagine just decorating for a party like that. That would be amazing. Yeah.
I know. That's what I'm thinking. I need to try it for my nephew's next birthday. I think that would be super cute because,
and I mean, on any of these pieces before you sew them together, just think about creativity. You can hand embroider names on here. You can machine embroider on these names. You can do a little bit of applique. The more stuff you put on it, you just got to be careful because it'll get heavier and heavier. But you could absolutely do so much on here to personalize it even more than just your fabric choices.
No, I love it. And I did message Monica. So as soon as we get the code working, I will make sure I put it in the chat again and I'll mention it later on. So I know we'll get it resolved. So appreciate everybody's patience on that. And so that we can all go make these adorable balloons. Okay. Now you had a bundle of things to give away to one person. Mm-hmm. So if you wouldn't mind sharing what all is included in your giveaway. And then we also have a discount for your viewers as well. So besides the balloon, which will get sorted, you're also offering you have a pattern of the month club?
We do, yeah. So I actually have 2 memberships. So I have a pattern of the month. Well, it's actually 2 patterns. It's a quilt pattern and a craft pattern every month. They get videos, they get parenting tips, kind of like what we talked about here of different ways to use that product or that item that they create in a way that brings families together. So yeah, it's all for less than the cost of the 2 patterns. Actually, it's like an amazing detail. They have a community that's involved, and I'm giving like, just to hear this group only, you guys get a free month, like absolutely free, no strings attached. You can just come on in and see it. And there's absolutely no strings attached. So that code, which I've been working, is Handmade June.
Is that the code?
That's the code, but we'll Monica and I were just talking before. We actually had different names for these, and I was like, "Oh, I don't like those names. Can you change those?"
All right. Well, we'll update them on our website, but I'm going to put them in the chat real quick. So, Handmade June is the code, and that will give them 1 month free of your Pattern Club. And I'm going to include a link directly to the Pattern Club. So, if you guys want to click on that and save it, and write down that code, and I'll share it again later as well.
Perfect. When I get off the live, I'll go help her too. So sorry about that. Oh, dear.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
But yeah, so we have that membership, and that is like just constant inspiration for like, if you just wanted to just sew the craft or just the quilt, or like download them and save them for another time. It's just phenomenal value. And like I said, I just love patterns, and they often correlate with a fabric collection, but I write all my patterns. Oh, you're so welcome, you guys. This is what sewing's all about, is like bringing us up, especially in the summer here when, we want to like inspire the next generation to sew. This is like a big mission of mine. And so I'm very happy to share it with you. Yes. Thank you for attending and giving us a little bit of grace so those codes aren't working. We'll get them working. But
always.
Yeah, and the second membership that I have is, when we were talking about embroidery machines, is I have a doll specific club. So it's a machine embroidery doll club. And it is a technique that I developed actually like 16 years ago for designing and finishing the doll, all the pieces, all the arms, the legs, the heads, everything completely in an embroidery machine hoop. So if you haven't,
I love that.
I know.
I got into like in the hoop projects recently with my embroidery machine, and I'm obsessed. I've made some of the most
doll here. I'll just show you guys. This doll is like completely in the hoop, and it comes in 3 sizes depending on your hoop. So if you have a 5x7 hoop, then you'll have a 14-inch doll. This is a 6x10 size hoop, so she's a 16-inch doll. Yeah. And then the 8x12 hoop would be your 18-inch doll. Yeah. So you can just see like all of the amazing thread detail and work on her. Everything is like just gorgeous stitching. And so this is like a big passion of mine. So people often know me as like the doll lady. So I actually used to design dolls for other companies overseas, mass production, and I wanted to bring it to the home market. So, we've copywritten this technique, and we are, sharing it. And we have a membership where we go deep every month on a different doll. So,
well, I just dropped a link to your Modern Ragdoll Club in the chat.
Yes.
Because I will be going in there myself. I love them so much. What a fun, sweet gift, too.
So much. So what I'm giving away for free on top of that whole month in the Pattern Club is to one person is going to get the patterns for these items that I'm going to say, but I wanted to show you them sewn. Yeah. So this month in the Pattern Club, this is the pattern. It is literally like blowing up. It is a little whale. And are you ready? It is a zipper pouch.
Oh my gosh.
I put in it, so it's full of shape. So it's a zipper pouch that's fully lined, everyone. You can see how I teach you how to line everything. Yeah. So it's absolutely fully lined. The pattern's completely illustrated. And so that's in this Pattern Club. So if you want an incentive to join the Pattern Club, this should be it. But this is also a free pattern that I'll be giving away.
We'll
be giving away these little guys. So this is a pattern that's called just a bunny teether, and this is just for little children or toddlers or babies to hold and chew. And we talk a lot in the pattern about like safety, but it's like knotted so hard, and you want them to have a nice big size there. And, you can add anything inside it if you want it to be even softer for batting, but you can make tons of those. It's really fun. And then this is just another pattern that's the machine embroidery pattern. And so this is a little fish. And he's going to be given to one person for free, that pattern. So you can just see the special little detail on his fins and he's like quilted fully, right? I don't know if you can see that or not.
Oh, I can. He's so cute.
Guys, yeah, that's totally in the hoop there. So he's a little fish.
Oh,
and then this quilt pattern will share as well, sunburst quilt.
So they're going to get all of those patterns, one lucky winner from our registered or VIP list. And I've already pulled our winner for this. So I'm going to pop their name up on the screen and congratulate them. All right, you ready? Drum roll. All right, our winner is Stephanie Fackrell from St. George, Utah. Congratulations on winning all of these fun patterns. I'm going to send your information over to Jennifer so she can connect with you to get you your free downloads for these patterns so you can make these cute things. And we're also jealous because now I want to make them. I just sit here thinking about my nephew. My son's, almost 19, and I have a nephew who's 1.5, and I'm like, I can make all these little kid things again. So I know.
I have a son that's 19 too. And so I'm already like, not yet, but how many years do I have to wait to be a grandma? I just can't wait. It's going to be so fun.
I can wait. I can wait for that a little longer. But Stephanie, congratulations. Thank you for signing up for our event. And you've won this, so we'll make sure you get those downloads before the week is over. But yeah, congratulations. This was so fun.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here. And I'll just say, if anybody else enjoyed this or they wanted to continue on exploring or learning this world, you can join one of our memberships, but that's not the only way. We have actually 2 Facebook groups. I have a Sew a Story Facebook group and also one that's called Modern Ragdoll. So both of those are open to anyone. You're welcome to join either of those Facebook groups. Also, we have a YouTube channel that I post on, fairly regularly, hopefully weekly on there, and obviously on Instagram as well. So
I'm gonna drop in the chat real quick. Learn more about over here. So we write a blog post on our website for every presenter, and it has links to all of the things you were just talking about, your Facebook groups, your website, your social media. So if you want to click on that blog post, you'll be able to see all the links are at the bottom, but you'll be able to see all the information. And like I said, we'll get the codes working here shortly. So just be patient with us. As soon as I get an update on that, I'll share that with everybody. Now, Jennifer is going to be joining us later for our VIP Zoom at the end of the day. So if you have any other questions for Jennifer at that time, you can jump over there and do that. So if you have not registered for our VIP, please hop over to Caterpillar to our Handmade Collective event and do so, or you can upgrade to that. But otherwise, everybody who's already registered for VIP, just get excited. You'll get to hang out with Jennifer more later today. And Jennifer, thank you. This was so fun.
I will tell you that I just feel awful that the codes aren't working. So as soon as it ends, give me 5 minutes and I will have them working. I'll go and I'll get them loaded for you guys.
Just shoot me an email. I'll make sure it works, and then I'll let everybody know here in the chat. It's not a big deal. Trust me, Melody and I have run into issues on live streams many times, and they're used to our craziness, so it's fine.
Thank you so much for having me. I hope you have a lovely summer, and if you're going to be here this afternoon, I'll see you again then.
Awesome. Thank you.
Bye for now.
All right. Well, that was so fun. I'm just sitting here thinking of all the fun things I can make for my little nephew. His name is Levi, and he is the sweetest thing and looks just like my brother. It's kind of crazy. Okay. So we have a few more minutes before our next presenter is up and ready to go. I see her in the background, but she's still adjusting her camera. So in the meantime, I thought we might do another little spin to win. Who is excited? Let me know. I'm just going to ask the question now, and then you guys, I'm going to spin it in just a second, but put a number 4 in the chat if you are ready and want me to do another spin to win wheel right now to give away some free goodies. So put a number 4 in the chat right now. You can load me up with some number 4s. And I am going to spin my wheel here in a second. I have a lot of good things on this wheel. Let's actually switch over to that camera real quick. So give me 1 second. And we'll go through. I'll kind of give you a sneak peek of some of the goodies that are on there. All right. So we just did a swivel earlier. There's a flex light. There's a clamp light. There's mini clamp 2-pack. That one says $25 gift card. Glow mini, flip and fold 48. Mini clamp 2-pack. Glow mini again. And another $25 gift card. I know these dark purples are hard to see, but I wrote them on there. So drop a number 4 and let's spin to win real quick. A $25 gift card. All right, let's give away a $25 gift card. And I'm going to go through. You guys are loading up the chat with all the number 4s. Now, real quick, if you are watching and you're not sped up to the live time, you're going to miss out on these. So make sure that you're watching live. You can always go back and watch the replay if you're joining late, which is fine. But make sure you speed all the way up so you're watching live so you can actually participate in these giveaways because they're quick, okay? All right, I'm going to scroll. We've got, oh my gosh, there's a lot. I could go for a long time. I'm going to go back up. Still scrolling. Okay, you guys blow up the chat when we do these. I'm still, okay, I can't find the top. Okay, we're going to just close my eyes and stop. Lindell Graham, congratulations. Where is my notes here? I like to write them down just so I can keep tabs on how many things I've given away. So to collect your gift card, you're going to need to send Melody, not me, Melody, an email at melody@cutterpillar.com. Please note that her name is spelled with 2 E's, MELODEE @cutterpillar.com. Send your name, your mailing. Well, we don't need your mailing address for a gift card. You can just send your name and the email that you want it sent to and what you want and let her know that you want a $25 gift card. And we'll get that sent over to you. And you can use that and apply that with all of these amazing discounts that we have going on Caterpillar products this week. So that's exciting. So be sure you write that down, melody@cutterpillar.com. Awesome. All right. Now, Allison, I see you in the background. She's giving me the thumbs up. She's coming up next. So I'm going to introduce her and bring her to stage. Now, Allison, let me switch back over here real quick. I need to get back to the bottom of my comments because they were going for a hot minute. Let's see here. Allison, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
Good. Hold on. Let me turn down my echo here.
Oh, it's going to echo just a little bit on your end, but just know that we can't hear it. It's just a phone because you're using 2 cameras. We'll always have a little bit of an echo. Did you have a ring light that you were turning on too?
I did, but you tell me if it's a little bit distracting.
Okay. Pop it on and see if it makes it a little brighter.
Okay. See, it's like doing a weird little.
Oh, that's better.
Okay,
there you go. Now I can see your sweet face.
Hi.
Hi. So everybody, this is Allison. She's the owner of Sewing by Sarah. And I had the pleasure of meeting her last month in May at the H&H show in Chicago. And we had a lovely dinner together and just got to know all about her and her business and her background. And she's done so many amazing things. And she's got some amazing products that I said, Allison, I need you to come be a part of this event with us. And she said she'd love to. So she's here. She's going to go over some fun things and some products that she has. And I'll be dropping some links and stuff in the chat. And then you also have a giveaway. So we'll do that at the end. But I'm going to turn it over to you and let you share everything you brought to share with us.
Okay. Hi. It's nice to be here. Hold on. Let me see if I can get rid of this echo. I've got my Bluetooth headphones here. Let's see if that helps. Okay. So I am Allison. I own Sewing by Sarah. And no, I'm not Sarah. I bought the business about 5 years ago, and someone else named it Sewing by Sarah, so I've just kept the name. I have been quilting and sewing since I was about 14. It was when I made my first quilt with my mom, and I went to textiles, a school, University of Delaware for textiles, and have always loved fabric and always loved fashion and home goods. So after college, I went and worked in corporate retail for about 20 years and found my way back to quilting really after my second child was born and was looking for a business to buy and found this business that was selling other people's tools. And I bought it and really have slowly introduced my own tools into the business. And that's been just so much fun. We now have binding fabric and some other things that I'm going to show you today. And then I have a quick project if we've got time at the end that I use some of my tools to do. So let's get started. So I have to show you today a couple of the products. The first product that I made was called the Spyro Quilt. And this is really a free motion quilting tool. So let's see, can you see it down here? Can you see my second camera?
I think your other camera turned off when you tried to turn. There you go. I'm going to add it to stage now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And if you want to take, since it's pointing down, if you want to take it and see how it's got the black lines on the side, take it and tilt it up, and then it'll change the orientation. Does that make sense?
Here, like here?
You'll have to actually tilt it. Like, see how it's facing down? You need to tilt it up like you're going to look at it for it to change the rotation. Okay. And then, yeah, turn it sideways. There you go. And then you can tilt it back down. It happens to everybody. It's totally fine. But I just wanted to get that fixed so we can see your fun stuff.
Sure. Okay, so it probably is a little bit hard to see on my cutting mat here. So let me just put on some fabric. So this Spyro quilt is a base, an acrylic base that you can use. This comes in 4 sizes. So you have this size, which is great for almost all. It's a small for small throated machines, regular machines. And it is 3/16 inch thick, which is a low shank, or 1/4 inch thick, which is a high shank. So it comes in this size, and then a large size for throats for those of you that are lucky enough to have a throat on your machine that's larger than 8 inches. So this really was my attempt to try to create something for a beginner free motion quilter, because that's what I was at the time and sort of still consider myself a beginner, to try to learn how to control the speed at which I was quilting so I could get even stitches. And for me, rulers on their own as a beginner were really hard. So I started to create this, which has different templates that go inside of it. And then you can use the handles to stitch with your ruler foot on the inside of this. And then you simply pick it up and turn it to create different designs. So it comes with 4 templates in the small size. It comes with 3 templates in the large size. And then I have additional templates that you can buy if you'd like. So that's the Spyro quilt. And that was really the first product that I designed and created myself. And I just really enjoyed the process of creating tools. So the next tool that I want to show you guys is the Groovy Ruler. So switch out my tools here. And I was creating a quilt out of jelly rolls. And I was doing a lot of sub-cutting with templates, and it was kind of driving me insane. So I created this ruler because I wanted a quick way to create angled cuts out of a jelly roll. So you can see here, I've lined up my jelly roll using the lines that are on the ruler. And then this one is a 45-degree angle. So you use your rotary cutter and you can create angles easily so that you can create different shapes very quickly out of your jelly rolls for certain types of quilts where you're creating diamonds over and over. So there's a 45-degree, a 60-degree, and a half rectangle triangle one, which I have here, which are much larger. But certain, like Storm at Sea would be an example of a pattern that requires you to cut hundreds of these. And this was just so much quicker to me. So these are called the Groovy Rulers, and they're on our website. Some retailers carry them as well. Let's see what's next. And then I really love, well, I love fabric like we all love fabric, right? That's why we're all here. And I love washi tape as well. And I really wanted a solution like washi tape for my quilts and for my binding. So I created perfect binding fabric, which comes in yardage. So you purchase it in yardage, And then it has lines for you to cut your 2.5-inch strips for quilt binding, just like this. And then what you end up with as you stitch it, so you fold it in half, just like you would a normal binding. And then you press it. And then you stitch it on your quilt and fold it in half again, and it reveals a little design. So some of them have sayings on them. So this one is super popular, and it says, "You are seen, you belong, you are worthy." And it's a diagonal stripe rainbow. So you get a diagonal stripe without having to do bias binding, which I really like. And it comes with different inspirational quotes. There's a little children's one. There's just simply flowers. And many of them are double-sided. So as you flip them over, they have either different sayings, or maybe one side has no sayings and the other side has sayings, depending on how you flip the design. So it gives you some different options when you buy the yardage. Now, 1 yard of this will create almost, I think it's a king size quilt, depending on how big your king is. But so 1 yard really goes a long way, because you're getting a 44-inch width and 36 inches wide. So it gives you about 13 to 14 strips of binding. So those are available on my website. We come out with new ones probably once a month. So the other thing that I wanted to talk to you about, which is very new and we just launched it, is based on the success of the bindings and just my own personal enjoyment of launching fabrics and having a fabric line, is a brand called 8th and Weft. And we are launching 8 exclusive fabrics in small batch every month on the 8th. So this one launched on June 8th. It's only available for 8 days, and it's 8 fabrics every single month. So this last month, this one is no longer available, but we had this cute, it comes with a farm panel, or came with a farm panel, which I'll put on the big screen here, a farm panel. And then it comes with, it came with matching binding. So it has little tractors on it, little farms, and then it came with a vegetable print and all of these coordinating prints, 6 coordinating prints in the farm bundle. And so next month, we're gonna have a totally new design. So on July 8th will be our next launch, 8 more new fabrics, and they're only available for a short time. I do them in very small batch. They're printed in the United States. And I'm really excited. So mark your calendars for the next launch, which is happening July 8th. So then I have my alpha clips. So these were inspired because I was constantly using Post-it notes. I don't know about all of you, but I was using up entire pads of Post-it notes trying to organize my sewing. And I love sewing clips. I use them all the time for lots of things, for binding, for holding little pieces of fabric together as I'm getting my my patchwork together to stitch. And so I have these alpha clips. And so let me see if I can get them up to the, so they have engraved on them, oh, this light is hard. They have engraved on them 26 letters and 10 numbers. And they come in either the 1-inch size, the 2-inch size, or this larger size, which has larger letters on it, but isn't quite a traditional sewing clip. So, but it's great for organizing your patchwork as you're getting ready, when you're cutting your pattern out and you want to organize everything, you're able to organize it together. And these are a little bit easier to see. Next month, we're going to be launching these in white as well, which a lot of people want a little bit more contrast, but I'm sorry, you can't really see them on the camera that well because of the light. Okay, so those are alpha clips. These are available on our website, but also we are selling wholesale now, so you'll see them in some of your local quilt stores as well. Okay, and then finally I have wool mats. So these wool mats were really inspired because I love using wool mats to press my fabrics. I feel like it's much more effective. 100% wool retains the heat, so I don't need to use steam, and it just goes much faster. So when wool mats came out, I bought one, and then I realized, oh, I need another size, and I need another size, and I need another size. And I really wanted a solution that would allow me to have flexibility to put them together into the size and shape I needed for the job that I was doing. So let's do it like this. So what I love these for is I keep one next to my machine. I put them in larger areas like this on my pressing table. And then I also use them to line them up in long lines when I'm pressing things like binding. So you can create a long strip to use for pressing, or when I have a long seam, like after I have put my binding onto the edge of my quilt, I can use that in one long line on my table. So I love the flexibility if you have a small apartment, or you have an RV, or you're going to a quilt retreat or sewing retreat. These are great because they stack up into a small little stack and just don't take a lot of space in your bag either. So these are great. They're also really great for pinning things into it. So I have a binding tool that we created that sits on the edge of this mat. You can see here, put it on the edge of the mat. It fits right into the tile. We also have one, if you don't have one of our tile mats, that sits on top, and you simply pin it to the top of your wool mat. And what it allows you to do is feed in your binding on the side and press it really easily. So it folds while you pull it through and you press it. So we're starting to create some accessories for wool tiles as well. These are made with me, with Purple Hobbies, who's another amazing small business. And she 3D prints them here in California. So what I wanted to chat with you today. So before I go on to our project, I wanted to just stop and see if there was any questions about some of the products before we start to talk about the project I brought.
I don't have any questions. I think everybody's just like, I would have never thought I needed that, you know? And I have to say, one of the things I'm really excited about, besides the tiled wool mats, is your like unique binding, your custom binding. Can I have something specifically printed, or do you just create your own designs?
I create my own. It is a constant request from customers to customize them. And I am trying to figure out how to do that. I think mostly I'm concerned about the economics of it, and making sure it's not going to be too expensive for somebody. But definitely it feels like something that you would want to have your own name on, like handmade with love by, or have a specific saying that's maybe meaningful. So it's definitely on the list. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to do that in the next year or two.
Awesome. Well, no questions yet. And I do have, real quick, if you guys are interested, Allison is offering a 20% site-wide discount on her website. I'm going to put it up on the screen real quick. The code is Caterpillar20, and that's good through July 31st. Okay. So she extended it long time for us. So if you're catching the replay later, you can still take advantage of this discount. Very generous of her. Her website, I'll put in the chat in just a minute, but you can also find it over on Caterpillar's website as well for her blog post that we wrote. But please just know that she's offered you guys a 20% discount to use over on her website on all of these amazing fun things that she's sharing with us. Like even like that little template thing you showed at the beginning. I was trying to wrap my head around it, and then I was like, wait, that makes so much sense. Like I feel like quilting with rulers feels hard sometimes, but with the little handles and everything, I'm like, that makes so much sense. So you're blowing my mind. We talked about these things briefly over dinner, but to see them in action with you just like really is fascinating. So I like the way your mind thinks to create all these amazing things. So I'm going to hand it back over to you, but I just wanted to share your code with everybody that you're offering over on your website.
Okay, so I don't know about all of you. I really love being at my machine in my sewing room, but sometimes I have 2 small children. It's not always practical to be away from the family, locked away with my sewing machine. So I try to come up with different projects and look out at different quilters and different designers to try to find things that I can do while I'm sitting in front of the television, while I'm with the kids, that is not necessarily requiring my sewing machine. So I love hand quilting. I liked finishing my binding by hand, but this collage quilting, which there is a woman out there, she's amazing, called the Collage Quilter. And I started to do this in front of the TV, and I really find it very therapeutic. And what's nice is it can be done with people too that aren't really big sewers. You could do it as a group project. It's a great project to do with teens because it's working with fabric, it's being creative, but it doesn't necessarily require a ton of sewing expertise. You can finish it later using your sewing machine, which I'll show you. But this is one of the first ones that I did, which is just a little, show it here. It's just a little mushroom. And as you can see, it has a ton of layers of different fabrics. So it's just fun to put little things like this together. It becomes an applique that you could use on a pillow, on a quilt block. You could even put it on a sweatshirt, but it's just an easy project. And I found that my mats that we just showed you are a really easy way to set this up. So I'll show you really quick how I do it. So in the PDF that I have laid out, I have instructions for you in the PDF of exactly what I'm doing. And I also included this very simple clip art of a butterfly, and then I also have one of a mushroom. So really anything that you want to use as kind of a template, I just simply printed it out. I'm taking my wool mat here, and all I'm doing is layering this part down, and I'm taking a piece of parchment paper and putting it on top so I can see my design. And I just simply pin it together just to make a little sandwich so that I have a base to work from. And what's great about this is you can really go sit in front of the TV and do this. You could do it while you're traveling. So it's an easy project to do that way. And then what I'm using is some Steam-A-Steam. So I sell this on my website. It's available at lots of different stores. You can use either this one or the light one that exists. This one comes with a few sheets. You don't need a ton for this particular project, depending on how many appliques you're doing, because you're basically cutting it into small pieces. I love using this with all of my scraps. So I keep my scraps kind of color-coded here in a bag, and then I can pull them out and use them for this project. So all I'm doing is taking the Steam-A-Steam, a small portion of it, and then I'm going to peel it away from the backing. Oops, if it's going to let me do that, yes. So it has paper on both sides. So you're going to peel away the one side and stick it to your fabric. And that now becomes kind of your paint that you're using in this collage. You now have fabric. The right side is still beautiful. And then on the back side, you have your Steam-A-Steam. Then all you're going to do, and I have some cut here so that we didn't have to take too much time, is you're going to take some pieces, and I cut them out already so that we could do this rather quickly, but you can see I have the paper on the back, and then I can simply start cutting random shapes to fill in my butterfly. So what I would suggest that you do is, as you're starting to go, and you can take different fabrics, you can be even on both sides on your butterfly, you can use mixed prints, you can use solids. And what the most important thing that you want to do with this is to overlap the fabrics. So you want to overlap the fabric so the whole thing becomes one applique. It doesn't need to be perfect at all. If you are one of those people who really wants a template, you can print another one of these out and actually use that as a template to cut. But you can really be pretty freeform with, you can just simply use a small pair of scissors and just cut different shapes. I'm using, these are sort of embroidery scissors. I like the angle for small things. But you can simply just cut something out and place it. So once you have the design at least partly the way you want it, you just simply take this paper off. Oop, I'm paused a little bit. Hold on. Make sure you catch up to the camera here. And I basically peel this away, right? And you can see that it has sticky stuff on the back. And now I'm going to figure out where I want to put it. I'm just going to stick this one right here. And it's kind of tacky, so you don't have to iron it right now. But I like to start with maybe a larger base so that I have some overlap and I can add more fabrics on top. So I basically take this here, and then you can take a small iron. I have my Aliso, my small Aliso here. And what's so nice about using the wool mat and using this is I can just press right on top of here. And it just needs a light press. It doesn't need a lot, right? And now that's attached. And then I can start to layer other things on top of it. So I'm starting to build my design on top, and you can see I'm just layering. That's really all it is. So you can kind of see how you like things, and then continue to peel, simply peel the paper off and stick that to your design. And what's nice is before you iron it down, you really can move it around a little bit to kind of see how you like it. But then you want to just simply tap it with your iron. So from an ironing perspective, I have this small Aliso iron. I also have used this little one that a lot of people have for their crickets. So it's just a little tiny iron, and it comes with a little silicone thing. So this one's nice and small. There's also a wand one that I've used that a lot of people use. I think it's from Clover, and it just is a very small little wand. It has a tiny little ironing tip on it. And I really like that one too, but I will caution you, if you are using it with small children, it is something that is more easy for them to burn their fingers. So if it's just you, that one I would definitely recommend. But if you're using it with other people, sometimes these larger irons are a little bit easier for you to keep your hands out of the way. And so that's all that you do, is just keep building your design up layer by layer by layer. So again, something that you can do quickly, even if you don't have a lot of sewing experience. People can participate in an art project, which is super fun. So then what happens when you're done is that this butterfly then peels off of this and becomes an applique that you can use. So because we have ironed it on top of the parchment paper, now this becomes an iron-on applique. So now you can use this applique and iron it onto something else. If you're not a sewer and you just want to use the iron-on, you can absolutely do that without adding additional adhesive. You could use a little fabric adhesive if you wanted to double check, and then you can sew around it. For the quilters on the phone, you can use this on a pillow, on a quilt block. And then what I like to do is, instead of stitching around the applique, I simply put it in my sandwich, my quilt sandwich, and then quilt it. And that actually helps to keep everything secure. The edges, because we've used the Steam-A-Steam, it really helps the fraying from not happening as much. And so it's just a really fun activity to apply to lots of different things. I made the mushroom for my sister because she's a big gardener, and she'll just use it for a little decoration. So that is the project. Like I said, I have the instructions on a PDF, and then it comes with these clip arts. But I would say if you have Canva or you have any access to the internet, you can find different designs that can help you to create these little appliques. You could use letters. But the fun part is really using up your scraps, figuring out what the best design approach is, and you can layer different fabrics, try different things out, and it's really fun. So any questions on the project? Let me stop there.
No, but I think this is the cutest thing ever. And I even put in there, I was like, this is such a fun, scrappy collage. Like, if you're feeling like uninspired and you don't want to like start some next big project or whatever, or figure out what fabrics you're going to sew or the pattern, like this is such a fun thing to do. Even just to like sit and just mindlessly like piece some stuff together, and then you can sew with it later or just have fun with it. I feel like this is like paint by fabric like paint by fabric, in a sense. Like it's so fun.
Yeah, I feel like it just lets you, like you said, maybe get re-inspired.
Yeah.
Playing with fabric. Sometimes
going.
Right. A quilt takes a long time and you
Yeah.
lose your mojo a little bit every once in a while, but you've got all these beautiful fabrics or beautiful scraps and you just want to spend the day playing with color and print.
Yeah.
I think it really also, like you said, it helps to re-inspire, reignite a little bit. And especially in the warmer months, you don't necessarily want to be inside. So this is something that you could take outside and do as well.
Yeah.
Just need, simple things like this, the wool mat and an iron, and you're good to go.
Yeah. I put it in the chat for those who didn't see the chat. There is a free download to her tutorial and the butterfly template for you to like give this a go and practice it. And I linked our blog post because it's linked in that blog post. So just go over there and download it and have fun. And if you do make this, like, please obviously share it on social media. We'd love to see it. You can tag Sewing by Sarah so she can see what you made. But we also have our Caterpillar Creations Hub Facebook group where everybody shares the projects that they're working on over there. So if you haven't joined our Caterpillar Creations Hub Facebook group, if you make anything from these 3 days, everybody's going to be sharing with you. We'd love to see your finished projects over there as well to keep cheering you on and see what you're making. But I think this is so fun. Like, it makes me want to, this is something I could be working on right now while you guys are doing your fun presentations. I could be sitting here making my own butterfly.
Exactly. And I think, what's great is you can just take a piece of scissors, some scissors with you and just pin it even into it and take it back to your iron later. So you don't necessarily have to iron as you go. You can pin it and sort of just keep playing with it for a while. So it's fun to experiment, I think, with fabrics and things. And it's a great way to use up a lot of scraps, which we all have a ton of.
Yeah. And we've been talking a lot about applique lately over on Caterpillar's YouTube channel with some of the tutorials I've been doing. I love applique. And the thought that you can make your own custom applique like this is just so cool. I love it. So much fun. What else? Do you have anything else for us today?
That's all I had. I thought you had a giveaway maybe or something
else. We do. Let's do that. Let me switch camera angles real quick. I'm going to play with this for a second. There we go.
Yay.
Okay. So I know you had a giveaway. I did mention your 20% off site-wide with code Caterpillar20. So I'm going to pop that back up on the screen so people can jot that down. I highly recommend, if you're watching, that you have a little piece of notebook paper or notepad or something where you're jotting down all these amazing discount codes, not just from Caterpillar, but from all of our presenters. You can find it over on our website on their blogs too, so don't worry. But jot it down so you don't forget something. Maybe make a note like, oh, this really stood out to me. I want to circle back on that. But you did have a giveaway, and your giveaway was, let me pull it up. I can pull it up. Some wool tiles and alpha clips, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Set of wool tiles and a set of alpha clips.
Okay. So good. And I've already picked a winner from our registered and VIP list. And so congratulations to Denise DeGray from Coventry, Rhode Island. You're the winner of those wonderful wool tiles and clips. So that's amazing. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yay.
Denise, if you're watching, I will be sending Allison your information so she can get in touch with you on how to get you your products that you want. So thank you.
Yay. That's exciting.
I know. Isn't it fun to give stuff? Like, it's just fun to like do prizes and stuff. Like, I'm over here spinning stuff too. I spin the wind wheel, and Melody's got her Plinko game and all that stuff. It's just a blast. But Allison, this has been great. I think everybody is just blown away by the innovation that you have that goes into your products and the thoughtfulness of the user. And it's a big part of why I wanted you to come on and share those with us today in this fun event. And by the way, Allison's going to be joining us at the VIP private Zoom later in just a short amount of time. We're wrapping up our day. We still have another presenter to go, but she's going to be joining us there. So if you have any questions about our products, want to learn more about them, please join us over in that VIP Zoom. Tracy says, I've been following for a while and enjoy your binding. There's a little, everybody loves your binding. And we talked a lot about it with Dee with Pixel Quilts when we had dinner that night about your beautiful binding and how easy it is. And binding is one of those things that can feel very intimidating because it's that last final step, right? So anyways, I love that you make it easy. Someone just asked, what was her code for 20% off? So let me put that up on the screen one more time. There you go, Caterpillar 20. And that code is through July 31st, but don't wait because I'm sure she's going to probably sell out of some of these products with all of these people loving your mats and your clips and everything. So go take advantage of her code and get some fun new tools and then share with us what you got. We'd love to know. Allison, thank you.
Thank you so much. It was so much fun. Have a great rest of your day. I'll see you at the video.
Sounds good. See you then. All right. Well, we still have one more presenter to go. Presenter to go. That was, y'all. I can tell I'm kind of hitting that point where I need to go get my afternoon caffeine. I'm going to be honest with you guys. But we still have one more presenter, and her name is Chelsea Porter. She is a few loose threads. I love the name of her brand. I've been following her for a while. She's actually one of Caterpillar's affiliates. She is a ball of energy, so much fun, loves teaching people how to sew and do all sorts of new things. And so she is coming to do a fun sew along project with you all. And I'm going to bring her to stage because I see her back there. We're a little ahead of schedule, so I hope that's okay. Let's see here. Let me unmute you. Hey.
Oh, hi.
That studio looks familiar.
Oh, it's way fancier than the iPhone setup I'm used to, so this is pretty sweet.
Chelsea's at our Caterpillar office in Salt Lake City using the studio, and Melody's in the background helping her out. And so yeah, you're in our studio. You can just move in. We'll just make you an honorary user of our studio. We don't mind.
You know what? My 3 boys aren't here screaming. That sounds great.
So what are you teaching us today?
Today I'm teaching, where did I put it? It's right here. We are learning how to make bowl cozies. They're the most nifty thing. And if you've never had one, the moment you use it, you'll want one. Basically, it's a hot pad for your bowl and it friggin' rocks.
And, we were just talking, I think on Monday in our live, like other ways to use this. Like everybody thinks like bowl, like hot and like soups or whatever chili you've got in there. But like I also use it when I have ice cream because the bowl gets so
100%.
And so this is like a year-round project. Like you can make these and use these year-round. And these also make wonderful gifts.
Oh, this is what I gave all of my neighbors for Christmas this last year.
I love it.
Everyone got bowl cozies, and I always get pictures from them of like, I'm using it today, and I'm like, yay!
Like, great, a picture of your food, but my bowl cozy. All right, well, I'm going to hand it over to you to let you walk us through this fun project, and then I'll come back at the end.
Okay, love that. Thanks so much. Okay, you guys, I'm going to admit it. I am a ball of energy, but I'm even more right now because I'm feeling just extra nervous and very excited to be here with you guys. So bowl cozies are kind of my bread and butter. I make these all the time. My grandma Cadman originally taught me how to make these. And then it just kind of spiraled. It went viral and people were loving it. I made it for gifts. I even sold some for people to send as gifts to their neighbors. I wrote a cute little poem to go along with it. These are good for you and for everyone. So what we're going to start off with is you need some fabric. Everything in this project should be 100% cotton, 100% cotton fabric, 100% cotton thread, 100% cotton batting. So the reason we do that is for the heat. We want to make sure that this is not going to be like a hazard in our homes, because you can actually stick these into your microwave. So you can take your leftovers, put them in here, put them in the microwave, and you can just grab those hot leftovers right out of the microwave and not burn your hands. So make sure that everything you do is 100% cotton. I have these adorable little fabrics that we're using today. Look at this cute little strawberry, and I've paired it with this cute red gingham. Isn't that so stinking cute? It's fun because these are reversible, so you can do it whatever way you want, and I love that. So what we're going to start off with is I have a template here, okay? I usually say it's linked to my bio, but I don't know what to say. I'm like, how do they get this? Yeah, it's on my Instagram or TikTok, or it's on my bio. There's an Amazon link for it. Anyway, if you go follow me, you can for sure get it there. It comes in a multi-pack. There's a ton of these. Okay, you can make a variety of sizes. I literally just made these for my mom and my mother-in-law for Mother's Day, and they use them as to nest their glass bowls in the drawers, so they're not like rattling around and potentially getting broken. But today I'm going to use this smaller one. This is the 11-inch cotton fabric square template size. I have learned though that it's not actually 11 inches, it's 11 and a quarter. It works best. So I do, sorry, this earpiece is right there. Okay, it's 11 and a quarter. So we're gonna start off with two 11 and a quarter inch pieces of fabric, and you're also going to need two 11-inch pieces of batting. I brought some batting to show you guys. This is the batting I typically use. It's called Wrap and Zap. It's by Pellon. I hope that's how you say that. This one is microwave ready. Like it literally even says on here, perfect for microwavable projects like potato bags, casserole warmers, and more. So this is the stuff I like to use because I feel confident in it. If you're searching for your own batting, and it says 100% cotton, you're going to want to be careful because a lot of times batting has something on it called scrim. Okay, scrim is typically a synthetic material that kind of holds all that cotton together. And so because that is synthetic, it has the potential to like melt in your microwave. So make sure it's 100% cotton with no scrim, or do the easy thing and just get this. Okay, so this is what I'm using, right? My favorite thing when I'm, you know, we could probably do that overhead deal. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Okay, so my favorite thing to use is the swivel. Guys, this is my favorite thing ever. So I will be using this to trim my bowl cozy. So when you have your 11 and a quarter inch fabric square, you're gonna fold it in half, and then you're gonna fold it in half again, okay? That way we can make one nice cut and it will cut the entire thing for us. I have my template here. It's going to be hard for you guys to see this. Maybe I could put this behind it, but it says folded edge. So this piece is where you put the folded edge. So I'm going to tuck that up right here on both of those folds. And then I'm going to grab my rotary cutter. Okay, for these projects, I like to use a smaller rotary cutter. A lot of people are like, whoa, that's a little bitty baby one. It is. Small rotary blades are awesome for when you're cutting curves. So if you don't have it, you can totally use a standard one. No big deal. But I really like to use these ones for those curves. So we'll just cut that. You can see how the swivel comes in handy. I can just move around my fabric. I also remembered on my way here that I clearly need a new blade. So my bad on that one. And then this last piece, okay? So get rid of that stuff. And you can see here, I have this cute little thing that we're gonna turn into our bowl cozy. I'm gonna do that again on my next one. So we're going to fold it in half again, place it in our corner. You guys, I have a video that went kind of crazy on the internet, and it was me cutting these out in a car on my way to vacation. And I used the swivel in the car, and it was so stinking nice. I really loved it. So literally, I've used this in a moving vehicle. I don't necessarily recommend that, you know, this is a sharp object, but it happened. And it was kind of controversial, so we love a little controversy. Okay, these are the two pieces that I'm going to be using to make our bowl cozy, okay? The next step is to cut out the batting. For sake of time, I cut out the batting already. So here's my batting, except for that is clearly not cut well, but that's okay. We'll cut it later. I'm going to move this to the side. The first step in your bowl cozy after your cut is to layer your fabric on top of your batting. So we're going to do this like so. Okay, and then we'll do this one. The next step in making a bowl cozy is to stitch across this. Oh, this one's going to go this way. To stitch across this, a nice big X. We're just going to go from corner to corner, okay? We're just doing that to secure them to each other and make sure that, like, when you have 100% cotton batting, they talk about like how many inches you can go between stitches. And oh, you put it on the front now. You're good. When you're sewing with cotton batting, they have on there like how many inches you can go between stitches. And that's because you want to like keep the durability of it. You don't want to like pull apart or whatever. So by stitching it across in those two areas, we add that stability that we need to make this last a really long time. So we're going to go ahead and bring out my machine, and we are going to stitch straight across there. So it's super funny. This machine, okay, it's not actually that funny. This machine has a knee lever, and I knew when I left my house this morning I was forgetting something, and I forgot my knee lever. So forgive me as I fumble with this thing, because I literally never use this, because my presser foot typically is lifted by a knee lever. So I'm going to stitch straight across. If you don't feel like super confident in being able to stitch straight across this fairly straight, what I highly recommend you do is take something like a Hera marker or a pen, or, you know, like one of those reuse or washable or ironable markers to mark across this. So I would just take a marker, or I would take my Hera marker, I would put it across here corner to corner, and then I can just make my mark. I've been making these for a really long time, so I don't, oh, will you put it on the upper one? So sorry.
I'm like watching, so I'm not like paying attention to that.
You are just fine. So I have done this so much that I don't feel the need to do this, but if you want that guide, this makes it so nifty. So you just mark it with your hair marker, and you'll have a indent on where you should be sewing. Okay, so now we're gonna go back. You guys can get this. Oh, and naturally my machine came unthreaded. Good thing it has one of those things that threads my needle for me. Hold, please. Okay, now we're gonna stitch straight across the other direction, and I can follow that line that I had marked. Okay, one down, one to go. So we just have those marks. Oh yeah, you can see it right there. Okay, that's all we're doing. And we're gonna do that to the other one. Let me do that. Lickety split. I'm having the comments, I can see them barely over here. And I'm like, yeah, card cutting.
I'm actually gonna hop in real quick, because there's been some questions about what you can use as batting. So some people are asking, like, can I use Insel Bright? And Insel Bright, you cannot if you're going to put this in the microwave, because it has that like kind of metal lining in the Insel Bright. It's great for like hot pads and oven mitts and things like that. But can you show again what lining or batting that you use that is microwave safe?
So it's called Wrap and Zap. Okay, and I have it. If you go to my profile and click the link in my bio, I have it linked on my Amazon, so you can go find it easily there. I used to get this at Joann's, rip, but now I just find it wherever it's on sale. Okay, I find it wherever it's on sale. So yeah, if you could use other battings, just you won't be able to put it in the microwave. It'll be essentially be just a bowl-shaped hot pad, which is wonderful. But part of the fun is that you can just reach into your microwave and grab it.
Yeah. So you're not grabbing the hot bowl of soup or whatever you're heating up, because sometimes the bowl is hotter than the contents inside. And so having that little cozy koozie is like so great. But anyways, I just wanted to clear that up in the chat.
Hop in anytime you want. I'm like, typically when I go live, I'm like all up in the comments, but my eyesight, I apparently need to go to the doctor. So
yeah, I even have my glasses. I'm moving my table forward, and I'm still over here going, wait, what? But no, don't worry about the comments. I'll keep a tab on them, and I'll let you know if we have any more.
Love that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so almost done with this part, and then we'll move on to the next part. I'm going to just rip through this real fast. Okay, can we switch to the overhead one? Okay, the next step in this process is, look at this. I tried to think of everything, okay? I brought some of these that I had started at home just to show you. We are now going to take these and we're going to sew these little darts to give us this bowl shape, okay? This is the step that we are working on right now. How we do that is we're going to do right sides together. So I'm going to fold this in half. I'm going to make sure my fabrics aren't creased any sort of funky way. And I'm just going to stitch straight across this. And then I'll go here and I'll stitch straight across that. And then I'll show you the next part. So there's like a couple steps, but honestly, you guys, I feel like this is a really beginner friendly project. I feel like so many people could just do this. Honestly, it depends on the day. It depends on what I'm feeling. Like this, literally, you can do whatever you're comfortable with. Because I know there's a lot of new beginners who like to do things, 5/8 or something. But I typically stick around 1/4 of an inch, maybe a little bit bigger. I'm a quilter too, so it's like I'm kind of stuck in that 1/4 of an inch. I have, I wish I could show you. You can kind of see it right here. This is my swing gauge. It like helps me keep my seam straight. My machine has the ability to have this screwed into it. If you have the ability to have things screwed in, this thing is a lifesaver when you're trying to do things, evenly. They also sell versions of this that are magnetic that you can just stick onto your machine. They're super helpful little tools. Okay, on this part, we maybe go to the forward one. You can't really see much above. Okay. Hi. So we're going to actually backstitch on this one. If you notice, I didn't backstitch on the first one because it really didn't matter, but we will be backstitching on these. So I sewed one right there, and now I'm going to turn and I'm going to do the other side. Tuck that bad boy in there. Oh, I am missing my knee lever. Okay, once we do that, we now have like this. We're going to open it up and we're going to fold it the other way and we're going to stitch those 2 darts, okay? So, it depends on the fabric I'm using because I have some that are a little bit I have some that are designer fabrics. This one is a designer fabric. This one is Riley Blake. So I sell these ones, I'm pretty sure, for like $11. And then these ones are just ones I picked up somewhere else and they're 10. So there's a variety of pricing on this. They're all over Etsy, okay? Something that makes mine a little bit different than some of the other ones you see is the rounded edges. Most bowl cozies you see will actually just be squares that you sew together. And so they have points on the ends. Still very cute. But these ones take a little bit more time because of that curve. But for me, it's worth the effort because I think it's so gosh darn cute. So these ones sell just a little bit more because that extra little something something that it has. Okay, voila, boom, look at how cute. Okay, so now we're going to do that to the other one. So same thing, let's do this real lickety split. We're going to fold it in half, sew those darts. Let me just go Power Rangers. Okay, next one. My grandma, who is the one who taught me how to make these, she does it the square method where it has the pointed ends. They're darling. And I just saw the rounded ones and was like, she cute, and just had to do it. Let's go back to batting for a second because talking about my grandma reminds me of something. So my grandma is ever the Renaissance woman. She just can come up with anything. She has great ideas, amazing things. I'm lucky to have her. She's so good at reducing, reusing, and recycling, and I freaking love it. The ones that she made for our family, because everyone in the family got them from her, she took my grandpa's old flannel shirts, like cotton flannel shirts, that he couldn't wear anymore or didn't fit or had holes, whatever. And she cut that flannel up and she used it as batting. And you have to put a couple layers in because just one layer of flannel is not enough. But you guys be resourceful. Like, that's cotton, right? So cool. Okay, so now we have our 2 bowl shapes. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to trim these to get ready to put them together. Okay. So can I get the overhead one now? So cool. Okay. I usually use pinking shears, but I don't know, a couple months ago, I found out that there's pinking rotary blades. You guys do not sleep on a pinking rotary blade. They're freaking awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to trim anywhere that I feel like needs to be trimmed a little bit, just to reduce some of the bulk and make it so it like lays nice and flat. You don't want to trim too much because and honestly, because I use my swing gauge, I really don't need to trim much. We'll probably trim more in the next part, but you really don't, you don't want to like cut into that seam or you'll lose it all. Okay, actually, we look really good there. So we'll trim more when we combine this. Okay, back to the front one, please. Guys, do you want to just come do this for me? Like, no? Oh, okay. Okay.
I can push a button when you ask. I'm not sure I can do that.
Oh, no, not this. I'm saying come push. I love that you're there pushing buttons. Oh, yeah. I love a button pusher. That's freaking awesome. Okay, we've got these 2. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put right sides together. So this one's going to get flipped out like this. I'm just going to push my corners out all nice, and I'm going to set it inside of here. So when I talk about this, I refer to these as peaks and valleys, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, oh, you know what? There's a little piece here that I'm going to want to trim. I have a little bit of extra batting sticking up right here. I want to get rid of that to help make sure that I don't miss my seam when I'm stitching. So I'm just going to come in here and remove that so it lines up nicely with my fabric. Okay, you can see now that's pretty much gone. Okay, back as we were. I'm going to take my valleys and I'm going to clip them together, okay? I like to nest my seams, which means that one of these seams is going to face this way and the other seam is going to face this way. And it kind of just makes it lock into place. If you're a quilter, you do that all the time. But it helps just lock it into place. So I'm going to pin right there at that valley. And so I'm going to pin in 4 different places. Guys, you can pin this as much as you want. If you feel like you need that stability, you could pin all the way around this bad boy. But I typically just pin on those 4 valleys, okay? Now, when I start stitching, okay, I am going to start in between a peak and a valley, okay? I'm going to start like right here in between a peak and a valley. I will stitch all the way around. And then I will stop at this peak and valley. And that gives me my little area to close up and to flip and to close up after. I used to start at the top of a peak here, and I realized it was hard to get that curve to look really pretty. And so I like to start it right here. It's a lot easier to make this part look passable than to make this curve look really pretty. Okay, so let's do that. Oh, and I usually, actually, I lied. I usually take 2 clips and put them where I want to stop sewing, because sometimes I just get in the groove and I'm like, oh, I just closed my hole. Sweet. So I will actually usually put 2 pins to remind me, please stop here. Okay, now we can go. Okay, same thing. I am going to use this swing gauge to help me. I'm going to do a little bit over 1/4 of an inch. I actually will probably do closer to 5/8 because I just want to make sure that I capture everything in my seam. Sometimes you'll flip it out and go, oh, I sewed the batting, but I barely missed the fabric. I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to give myself a little bit more of a seam allowance, and we'll just trim off any of the excess. So here we go. I will be back stitching. take it as slow as you need to. Okay. You could probably, what does the overhead look like? Guys, what do you prefer? Do you want the overhead or do you want the head on? Your big awesome machine. Yeah, my awesome machine is just right in the way. Okay, also something that's really nice to have is a stiletto. Okay, this is my stiletto. I like to use this to kind of hold seams down as I'm sewing because I love to get my finger right up in there and it's like, oh, I'm gonna run that over. Yeah, you don't need to do that. You use this. Okay, we are a mix of head on and over. We're literally 50-50 right now. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Okay, I think we're one more for head on, so we'll do head on. Okay. When I get to that valley, I can take up my presser foot, I can turn it, and then I can just keep going. My brain works in Disney music, so typically when I'm at home in this moment, I'll start singing Just Around the River Bend. I don't know why, it just happens. It's an event that takes place nearly every time I sew these. Just keep rocking, girl. You're doing fab. Oh, Lori, you're so sweet. I looked up at the right time. Thank you for that. Okay, we're approaching my stopping point, which is fabulous. And we'll back it up. Boom, done. Now is when we're actually going to be trimming with our pinking shears or pinking rotary cutter. Let's go back to that overhead for this one. Okay, so this is a lot of bulk. I gave myself extra seam allowance to make sure I get the batting and the fabric, but I want to get rid of this so that way it lays nice and smooth. See how like pretty this is? Especially with these curves, if you've got a lot of bulk in here, it's going to make it pucker a lot and look all sorts of ways. So we're going to avoid that, and we are going to use our pinking blade, pinking scissors, whatever, and we're going to trim that back. Apparently this one also needs a new blade, so note to self, order those. Have any of you guys used a pinking rotary blade before? I think it was like maybe 5 months ago that I learned about it, and I was like, where has it been my whole life? Have any of you guys used this? Right? Well, we were making bowl cozies on one of my lives, and someone was like, man, it would be so nice if that was a rotary blade. And I was like, it would be so nice if it was a rotary blade. So I went online and I'm like, heck yeah, let's go. Okay. We're nearly there, everyone. Okay, I don't really trim a ton near the opening just because I want to make sure I have enough to tuck it under and top stitch so it looks nice and pretty, but I will do everywhere else. Okay, perfect. I'm going to move that to the side. Okay, now what we are going to be doing is, where is my point turner? Okay, I'm going to flip this through to make it right side out. Here we go. And this is where the magic happens. Part of the reason you want to back stitch when you're stitching around the edge there is because when you start pulling on this, it can pull the seams and you don't want that. So make sure that you back stitch on the perimeter there. And then we're going to point out everything. This is a hair marker and point turner combo from Clover. It's my favorite thing ever. And we're going to just use that to push out those curves nice and pretty. Okay, now I have a step that you won't see many places. I cannot take credit for it. I forgot who showed this to me, but in my posts on my social media, I do tag the person who came up with this, but I can't remember her name off the top of my head. But when I saw it, I was like, that is freaking genius. Oh, there goes the earpiece. Do I need this? Well, I guess if Bethany comes on.
Yeah, you don't need it unless she does.
Okay. This, you guys, they go by many names. These are I searched them as key fob pliers, but someone else said they're stained glass pliers. They go by many names, okay? These never leave my side when I'm doing bowl cozies, okay? So the hardest part about sewing these bowl cozies is how thick it gets, okay? It gets real bulky. We've got 2 layers of batting and we have 2 layers of cotton. And then you've got the seam allowance tucked into here. So when you're top stitching, thank you so much. I made it for Easter. When you're top stitching, it's a lot, okay? And my machine's like a heavy duty machine. So when you're doing this on your, like a domestic normal machine, it can be a lot. So what I do is I put that in the junctions right there in that valley where it's real bulky, and I'm just gonna squeeze it and flatten it, and it's gonna be amazing. Your machine will be so happy that you did it, okay? So anywhere that's, it's just right there in those valleys, okay? So we're gonna squeeze. There are some people who make these for themselves. I wouldn't probably do this if you're trying to sell these, but there are plenty of people who make them for themselves that their machines can't necessarily handle all of that bulk. So what they'll do is they'll just do 1 piece of batting to make it a little bit thinner. It's still going to give you a lot of protection, but it's a lot easier for your sewing machine. Okay, perfect. So now it's gonna be a lot easier for me to sew these. So these 10 out of 10 recommend. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I have this opening here, okay? So I'm going to tuck those raw edges on the inside. Okay, we're going to line it up as best we can. And so it's just folded over, really. I don't take too long to do that. And then, oh yeah, so we've just tucked them inside, so it's folded over. And then I'm also going to take those pliers and I'm going to squish this part down too. I just want it nice and flat. And I will stick a clip on here just to make sure everything looks good. And now the last step to make your bowl cozy is to top stitch this bad boy. Like, oh my gosh, we're doing great on time. We're like, I'm like actually going early, but that's super awesome. I'm like, I was so worried, you guys. But then again, on my lives, we get lost in a tailspin of randomness. One of my things, my business, my community, I should say, is called A Few Loose Threads. And it was named by my community. I actually didn't come up with the name. My friend came up with it from the community. And it's because all of us were realizing we all had ADHD and we all love to sew and we're all just have some loose threads. And so A Few Loose Threads was born. So I tend to kind of go all over the place. So I'm very proud of myself for cruising today. This one, when I searched it on Amazon, it was called a key fob plier. Someone else said that you could also look up like stained glass pliers, but I searched key fob plier. So anyway, if you feel like you're a loose thread, you can be part of my community too. Okay, this one, guys, I'm going to move that swing gauge that I have right here right up next to my presser foot. I want this as close as I can get it, so I make sure that top stitch is beautiful and all of my fabric and everything is caught into it at this opening. Remember to back stitch. And I just undid my folding, so let me fix that. Here we go. Okay, we go to the valley. We're going to turn it a little bit, and we're going to keep going. Lovely. Okay, now that hole is sealed, I can just zip around this and not be too concerned about catching anything because the rest of it is already sewn. No worries there. I have like a website with a couple things on there. I mostly just show to like teach. I don't really like sell a lot of products or anything. I just kind of do it for the community and for the fun of it all. But something I probably will put on my website before Christmas is last year, because I gave all of these to my neighbors, I like to have a little jingle or something to go along with my gifts to make it super cute. And I came up with a poem to go along with it. So I probably will release like a cheap little printable poem thing. So if you wanted to make these for your neighbors or family or friends, you can. But it was something like, what did I say? It was like something about a hot bowl of stew. And now that I'm on camera and live, I'm clearly forgetting. But just know it was stinking cute. Okay, now I'm going to take my little snips here, and I'm going to snip my loose threads. And as you can see, I just threw that over my shoulder because I feel like I'm in my studio, and I realize, oh, I'm not in my studio, and I probably shouldn't be just throwing things around. Look how cute this is. And then bada bing, bada boom, you have yourself the cutest bowl cozy ever. Oh my gosh. Okay, I want to show you guys, since we have a few extra minutes, I brought all of my extra bowl cozy sizes so you can see. Okay, apologies for that. Okay, here I am. I brought all the extra sizes because, like I said, I made a set of 3 nesting bowl cozies for my mom and my mother-in-law. But you guys, they go huge. Okay, so like there's this one, and you can just make as many sizes as you want. And it even goes to this wee baby one, like freaking cute. I don't know what you would use this teeny tiny one for. Maybe like a little bowl of ice cream. That'd be pretty cute. So these are very nifty to have, and I just love doing it. So that's all she wrote. I'm like, we got like 13 minutes. I'm like, anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, dreams you want interpreted?
Oh my gosh, this has been so fun, Chelsea. I told you guys she was a ball of energy. I warned you.
It's like energy, chaos.
It's the afternoon pick-me-up I didn't know I needed, and I'm so grateful.
Well, I was going to say, I'm like, it's too bad that you're not in Salt Lake, because I was like, we can go grab our afternoon bevy after this.
I know, I wish. I wish. This has been great, and I am like so excited. Everybody had some great questions. I think you answered most of them. I didn't see any that weren't answered. Just so you guys know, Chelsea's going to be hanging out and bringing all that energy to our afternoon Zoom with our VIPs here in just a little bit. So we can't wait for that. So she'll be joining all of our other presenters from today. And I'm excited that you were kind of wrapping up our live presentations today. I do have one more like video I'm going to show everybody, but after that, like we're kind of wrapping up and doing our big giveaway for the end of the day. So we still have a few things to do before we start our VIP Zoom this afternoon. But
also, Bethany said to tell you that that we should do Plinko.
Oh, I think we should. You know what, Melody? Why don't you let her drop the Plinko and we'll do a giveaway?
That'd be so fun. Okay, let me get my shoe back on because I can't sew with a shoe on. So, anyone else? Can you sew with shoes on? Yes or no?
I've been rocking house shoes all day. What you can't see on camera.
Yes. I'm like, it doesn't matter what I'm wearing. The shoe comes off.
Yeah. There you go. All right. Chelsea is going to drop a Plinko. We're going to see what the prize is. And then Chelsea, you're going to have to think of a question to ask them. And then they have to put a number in the chat.
Okay. Oh, a number.
So like we'll ask them a question and be like, put a number in the chat if you think X, Y, and Z or want to do X, Y, and Z or whatever. And then they'll put their number in the chat and we pick a random winner.
Love it. Okay. So let's see. Okay, wait, what do we got here? We've got a mini clamp, magnets and plate set, flex light, glow, classic, glow mini flip and fold, mini clamp. Oh, that flip and fold is real freaking nice. Okay. Okay. You really can't go wrong here. It's like
jiggle.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
stop it right now. I'm being thwarted at every turn. I'm doing that again.
Go again.
Magnets and plate set. Okay.
All right. So what's the question?
Okay, wait. Remind me. Oh, they're just putting a number.
Like earlier, my question was put a 5 in there if you have a project that you started and not completed. And so everyone who answers that with a 5. So just like a yes or no, something like that.
Okay.
And then they'll put in a number and it doesn't matter.
And then I'll pick a random winner.
Okay. Put a 8 in there if you wait till the night before to do a big project. Guilty. Super guilty. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, for sure. Do that a lot.
Oh yeah.
I like last minute travel things, and it's like I knew this trip was coming. Why do I do this to myself?
You guys, so someone commented about my dress, and thank you. This was my Easter dress that I started sewing at like 10 p.m. and I didn't go to bed till like 4 a.m. And then my children woke me up at 7 and we had Easter, but gosh darn it, my dress was cute.
And you looked adorable. I love it. I know you did that before. Like you guys went and saw a movie and you made a shirt for the movies, right?
Yeah, I did for Lilo and Stitch. I took my boys and I had some Stitch fabric and I was like, might as well make a shirt. Did that the day of.
The day of the movie. All right, we've got a lot of number 8s. I'm going to just randomly scroll through here.
I love that.
And just close my eyes and pick a winner. Here we go. My eyes are closed. Who did I pick? Leanne Bates.
Let's go, Leanne.
And I'm going to write that down. Okay, Leanne, you have to send Melody an email, and I'm going to put her email address on the screen real quick. It's melodee@caterpillar.com. Send her your name, mailing address, and what you won, which was magnets and plates. So remember, magnets and plates. And we'll get that sent out to you. But you got to send us an email because we wouldn't know where to send them, okay?
Congrats.
That's awesome. This was fun. I'm so glad we got to like spend time with you this afternoon and do the Plinko. And
yes, thanks so much for having me. This was so fun. Love to connect with all of our friends here.
Yes. So be sure to go check out the blog that we wrote all about Chelsea and what she's doing. Follow her on social media. And I'm sure we'll see you around because she is always sharing about her Caterpillar products. And we are so appreciative of that.
They have my heart. So anyway, thank you guys.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. We have like almost wrapped up our day. I'm going to scroll back to the bottom of these comments. There was a lot. All right, Leanne, if you didn't get a chance yet, be sure to write down Melody's email and that you won some magnets and plates, and we're excited. Those are perfect that go with our light boards. Now, I have one more presentation for you guys. This is actually a dear friend of mine. Her name is Yasmita. She owns Yazzie Bags, and she makes the best organizational bags for all the crafty things. Now, she is based out of Australia. She ships all over the U.S., and she is like, we're going to feel a little bad that she's not here, but not too bad because she's in Bali right now on vacation. So she couldn't be here with us live, but she did record a video on one of her most popular bags. And we're actually giving away that bag to one of our registered or VIP members. So I'm going to announce that winner, but I have a ton of her bags here with me because I am obsessed with them, and I'm going to go through a few of them as well. She's doing a huge 25% off sale on her website with certain bags. So I'm going to show you some of my favorites. I'm going to let her share about her most popular quilter's bag. And after this video plays, I'll come back and show you my favorites, and then we'll kind of wrap up. We've got a few more giveaways to do at the end of the day. So hold on one second.
Hi, this is Yazzie, the designer of the Yazzie Craft Storage Bags. I'm going to demonstrate one of our top quilting bags for you today. It's called the Quilter's Project Bag. So let me explain the bag to you. Firstly, we gave you an external zipper where you might want to throw your phone in here. You might want to keep something personal, your set of keys, your car keys, when you're going to your classes. We've also given you a nice little handle that you can put over your shoulder. So that makes it very functional and convenient for you. And you can be hands-free when you're going to your classes. And that's important because if you're taking your sewing machine, bag, and you've got other items that you carry, and we all know how much you carry to your retreats and classes, this just works as a perfect bag. So in here, I've given you 3 horizontal pockets. The top section, I've actually divided it with a piping. In the second 2 sections, I've actually put gussets in both of these. So I wanted to show you that if I can fit this size of a crochet cotton in here, that should tell you the width and the stretch these pockets have with the little gussets. In this section, we've given you 2 A5 pockets. That's across the cover, the top cover. And in this section, we've given you the A4 size. So they're opposite each other. You can put your larger items, you can put a book, you can put your fabrics, and really separate all your projects that you need. And this will be the perfect quilter's project bag. On this section again, we decided we'll have 4 equal size A5 pockets, and you will find that quilters enjoy these little breakdowns. And then we went straight into larger pockets. Again, I've given you 2 A5 pockets. A4 pockets, and this is A5 pockets again. So when you look at this, in this last cover page, I've given you elasticated pockets to keep your markers, your pens, your tools. And under that, we've given you a fabric pocket. You can put sharper scissors or anything that you want that you just want out of the way. Again, here, we've given you a good size 2 pockets with the piping in the middle that can be removed should you require that. The very big advantage of this bag and why quilters love it is when they go to classes, they have very little room to work with. So there's limited space, they got the machines, and there's lots of people at the retreats and classes. They love the fact that I was able to keep this as a center zipper in this particular style of the bag. So it's like a little filing system you have in front of you. You flip the pages this way and you access what you need. And on this side, you flip the pages and you access what you need. This works, it's very user-friendly, and people really enjoy. They often tell me it's the best quilter's bag. This is the perfect quilter's bag for anyone starting up. And I'm not saying it's not used for other crafts, but when you look at the pockets configuration, it has worked for everyone. So it is CA880. Do look it up on our website, and there's lots of videos in YouTube as well explaining this bag to you. Thank you.
All right, so you got a little glimpse of the quilter's project bag, and I'm going to be giving one of those away in just a minute. But as I mentioned, I do have quite a few of Yazzy's bags, and I just want to show a few of them to you. I personally don't have the quilter's project bag, and now I'm thinking I should go add it to my cart. I did put a link to her website in the chat. She is running a 25% off sale right now on her website. I don't know how long that's going on for, but it's on select bags, so go check those out if any of those suit your fancy. Now, this first one I'm going to show you, it's a little embarrassing to show it to you because I've used it quite a bit lately, and it's not what you would typically use this bag for. But again, that's what I love about our bags, is like you can decide what you want to use them for. They're not just for crafting and other things. So I travel a lot, and I have quite a few toiletries and makeup, skincare, all that jazz. And I actually use this one as my toiletry bag because it's the perfect height, but it's not too deep. I had one of those that like tri-folded up, and it got so deep that it was like deeper than my suitcase and I couldn't fit it. So there is a little divider in here. I have my toiletries in here, but this one also came with some little extra bags. So I can put my jewelry and little loose things in here as well. So I love the organization behind these. Now I'm going to switch my camera over because I've got a few others that I want to show you. Again, they're wonderful. So this is called the Fat Quarter Bag. Let me just, okay, it's heavy. I've loaded it up, okay? It's a heavy bag when you fill it up because it can hold a lot, okay? So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stacks of fat quarter bundles. Okay, these are big fat quarter bundles. I've got 4 jelly rolls. I could probably fit another one in here if I had one in here with me. But it holds a lot of fabric. Okay, it's got a nice handle. I love the clear top, so you can always see what's in your bag. So if you're going on retreats or to a sewing class or anything, an expo, these are wonderful bags. Okay, so that is the Fat Quarter Bag. And I just wanted to show you guys just how much you can fit in those. So fun. It's got a little divider, so you can kind of keep it organized with different things. You can put tools in here. You can put project stuff. A lot of fun stuff in here. So let me set that one down. All right, this one, we're going to go towards the little ones. These are mini organizers, but this is the larger one. But this is what's cool, and you kind of saw it with her other bags. These are attached. They flip like a book. So for all of your little pieces, your notions, maybe your jewelry, if you're traveling, this would be a great one for jewelry. There's even a pocket back here in the back. I mean, documents when you're traveling, like I just feel like this is such a great one for so many different things. So if you've got some ideas of what you would use this for, maybe all of your little needles and pins and whatnots, I mean, all of that could go in here. And what's great is these are all quilted. This is giving you a blank slate to like personalize these, which is wonderful. And these bags all come in like 5 different colors, so you can choose what color you want. But that's that one. This one is probably one of my favorites because it kind of reminds me of the old school Trapper Keeper, the Velcro. This is the craft folding kit. So if you have like a sewing kit, like your favorite sewing tools, this is what I would use that for. This has got a taller pocket right here in the middle, so you can put scissors and other bulkier things here, your threads. But you can keep all your accessory feet, everything. So when you sit down to sew or craft or needlework or anything, you can just unfold this and have everything you need right here, nice and safe. And then when you're done, just fold it back up and you're ready to go. And that'll fit. And you can stack these into these other bags, by the way. She does love the little mini pouches. I actually gifted these to my retreat attendees in May, and my retreat attendees in October will get some too. These are wonderful. She has some little like notion pouches. This is like a 3-piece set. Here's this fun purple color. So there's like a little one, a medium one, and a big one, and they all have those clear fronts. So you can always see what's in your pouches. These are not patterns to make these bags. She sells these bags. Yazzie Bags makes them and sells them. They're very nice bags. And then what I love to see, and if you ever catch her at an expo when she has her booth there, she has a bunch of these bags up on the walls that people have like personalized or bedazzled. Here's a travel pouch. These are great for like sliding everything you need for a project in here, whether it's a hoop and threads or your quilt block pieces. It keeps all of your individual project pieces together so you don't lose anything. Here is a bigger project folder. This one, Velcro's open, okay, but it's got a gusset on the side, so it actually can fit a lot more. It's a little thicker, whereas this one is more of a flat one. But again, great options for either projects that you're doing. Let's see here. Now, this one is a little bit bigger. So if you've got quilt blocks or you're building a whole quilt and you've started to piece all your blocks together, this is what this one's for. Now, this one does have a handle. Okay, so it does have a handle. You can see it's folded down flat because I haven't used this one yet, but I really should. But this one has a gusset. So when it's all nice and tall and full and everything, it's a couple of inches thick. You can see that there. And it unzips all the way around. But you can put all of your pieces in here, all your quilt block pieces as you start to make them. And then they can be stored in here. So as you build that quilt and work on it, you can have all your blocks stored away in here. And then I do have one other that I wanted to show you. It's one of the biggest bags that she has. And let me just open this one out. This is the Yazzie carry-all bag. And it will literally carry everything. So you just saw the quilter's project bag. This is the next like biggest bag. So you've got a clear pouch back here. You've got pouches here, more pouches here. I love this long skinny one for my rulers. There's 3 of those here. There's 4 here. This is where I keep like my accessory feet, like all of my individual feet will go in here. I have more here. I'm telling you, there's pockets everywhere. It all folds up really nice, and you've got a really nice big tote handle. So literally everything for your class, your projects, your retreat can go in here. So organization is so important when we are traveling with all of our stuff, so we don't forget anything, we don't lose anything, and we feel like we have control over our space, because even when you're traveling to like sew or take a class, like staying organized in your space that's not normally your space, and sometimes that's a smaller space, so we can't spread out as much. Having everything like organized and you know exactly where it is helps you keep up with it and helps you stay on task and do the class. So I just wanted to share a few of her bags because I super love them. I love how like, I can't wait to like maybe make that butterfly applique that Allison taught us about and put that on here. There's just so many fun things you can do. And you can mix and match these bags. And I love all the different colors. So go check out her website. I put it in the chat. She is doing a 25% off sale on some of her bags right now. So go check them out. And I'm pretty sure she's going to come actually visit and hang out with us at the September event live. So if you have questions about her bags, you can ask her there. But I know a lot of people are huge fans of her bags. Dee says, I love the bigger bags for project bags for quilting and sewing. Yes, because it's amazing how much you can fit into these bags. Like, I can't believe how much fabric is in this bag. Like, I will never need this much fabric at one retreat, but I have options. And that's always nice to have. But it's all neatly organized, staying nice and safe, not getting squished. I'm not going to break a ruler because it's all tucked away in these padded quilted bags. But again, I have plenty of visibility. So again, check out Yazzie bags if you haven't already. And then, like I said, I use one for my toiletry bag in my suitcase because it was just perfect. So Lynn, no, these are not patterns. You can go purchase these bags. They are all made by Yazzie over at Yazzie with 2eyes.com. I'll put the link to her website in the chat again. She is running a sale right now on some of her bags, so you can go check those out if you want. And there is the link to her website again if you want to go hang out and see what's over there. But yeah, oh, this is the one, the Yazzie craft box with fabric top. That's the one that I use for my toiletry bag. And it's a craft bag. So again, like, you get to decide what is going to work for you. But Brenda, they are great bags. I agree. Yes, you do have new items that you need. I feel like keeping everything organized is key. And we've done a lot of fun projects today. So being able to keep up with all of those and your pattern pieces and everything, like, that's what's so important. So yeah, that was fun. We're going to do a quick giveaway. So let me pull that back up. She is giving away to one of our registered or VIP winners a quilter's project bag that she showed you in her video. I do not have that bag and now I need it. So I may go add that to my cart. But that giveaway is, I'm going to announce right now. And let me find that winner's information. It's right here. Are we ready? The winner of the Yazzie Quilters project bag is Kelly Peterson in Mediapolis, Iowa. Congratulations, Kelly. I will be sending your information over to Yazzie herself. And when she gets back from her trip, she will be organizing to get that sent off to you. So congratulations, Kelly. So happy for you to win the Quilters project bag from Yazzie Bags. So thank you so much for registering for our event. And I think that is it for right now. And whoo! We have had a fun day. We have had a lot today. And y'all, this is just day one. How are you feeling about day one? Like, let me know in the chat. Like, do you feel like you learned something new today? Had some fun, shared in some laughs, maybe a few tears. Don't forget, we had started out with a little bit of a tearjerker presentation this morning with loose ends. And if you missed any of that, you can go watch the replay when our live stream is over. But we will be chatting with all of our presenters here in about 40 minutes, a little over 40 minutes, in our private Zoom for our VIPs. So if you have not registered for the VIP, it's still not too late. Thank you for saying that you loved all the presentations, Jennifer. This is incredible. I learned so much and I'm so inspired. Thank you, Lori. Great day one. We hit it off strong. And let me tell you, it just keeps going up from here. I'm going to bring Melody back on and bring her back to stage. Hi, Melody.
Yay. Hello. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you believe like day one is like about wrapped up?
I really can't, because it's one of those things that I have enjoyed every single moment and I didn't want any moment to end, and it went by way too fast at the same time.
The fun always does. The fun always does. Now, I do want to go through real quick before we dive into our giveaways for today, because we still have a few more giveaways for you guys.
We do.
I just want to recap a couple of things. Let's see here. Okay. Jennifer Long with Sew a Story got the codes working. I didn't want to interrupt other people's presentations, so I wanted to wait till now. But Jennifer Long with Sew a Story, she's the one that has the pattern club, the monthly pattern club. This is the code. Let me just double check. I wrote that down right. Sorry, I was doing so many things at once. Handmade June is the code to get 1 month free of her pattern club. And remember, it's a quilt and a craft pattern each month. So you get 2 patterns each month, which is amazing.
So cool.
So cool. And she has another club just for doll making, but this code is for her pattern club. So go try it out for a month, see how you like it. If you love it, you can continue to do it, but she's giving you all a month for free, which is wonderful. So use the code Handmade June.
Do you think if I sign up for a pattern club, I'll actually start making all of my projects? Or will that just make it worse?
Or you'll just make it a hobby to collect patterns like I do. I mean, I'm just going to be honest.
Listen, eventually we're going to get to all of them. Okay. I was just a thought I had. Okay.
It's a good thought. And that's how I got like so deep into like foundation paper piecing. I joined someone else's membership and I do them every month. So, I mean, it really does work.
Yeah. See?
All right. The other code that Jennifer Long with Sew a Story provided was Balloon 4 to get the quilted balloon pattern that she taught in our live stream today for only $4. So if you want to get that balloon pattern, her code is working. Go add it to cart and you can check it out.
So cute.
They are so cute. So real quick, just to make it easy, I'm going to drop, let's see here, copy paste. So we'll just do everything on the fly. Let's see here, balloon pattern. I have a link directly to it. I saved it from our website. So I just dropped that in the chat. And then I also have a link directly to her pattern club. So let me drop that in the chat for you guys. So give me 1 second. Pattern club. So you can find it really easy. Open these in a separate browser, save it, go check it out later when we wrap up today. Write down these codes, Balloon 4 for the quilted balloon pattern. And the other one, already forgotten it. Handmade June is the code for the free month of her pattern club. So go check those out. So that's Jennifer Long. They're both working. I tested them out behind the scenes just a few minutes ago. And then Sewing by Sarah, Allison Kelly, she came on and she is sharing a code, Caterpillar20, for 20% off site-wide, all of her amazing products that she shared with us today. So go check those out. Those codes are through the 31st. I will tell you, Jennifer Long's codes are only till Friday. You have just during this event to get those, use her, the Sew a Story Jennifer Long codes, but with Sewing by Sarah, Allison Kelly, you can use her Caterpillar20 code to get 20% off her website through the end of July. So you can really stock up for some fun summer sewing with her fun products. And I think that's it. Yazzie Bags is doing 25% off over on their website on select bags, which I just showed you. And I think that is it. Now we do have codes for Caterpillar. Yeah, so I'll run through those real quick. I didn't forget. So we've mentioned throughout the day that we are having a private VIP Zoom with all of our wonderful presenters today. So our VIPs can ask them questions and talk to them and get to know them a little more. And that is happening here in about 20 minutes. And if you want to join that VIP Zoom, you can use the code June20Elite to save $50 off the VIP membership for this event. That will get you into the Zoom today. It'll get you into the Zoom tomorrow, and it'll get you into the Zoom on Friday. We got 3 of them, one every day, with all of our presenters each day. You'll get to catch the replays as well of those. So there's a lot of other perks with being a VIP. But if you want to hang out with us more after this ends and don't want to have some FOMO, go sign up for VIP. You'll get the link to join the Zoom today. And use that code June20Elite to save $50 off.
Yeah,
the VIP pass.
Amazing. That's so fantastic. Now, you don't have to join the VIP to enjoy what we've got going on these 3 days. It's free for everybody. If you do register for our event as well, you can get entered in some of the giveaways that have been going on. Like, we do live giveaways while we're here for anyone and everyone that's here. But if you register on the website for the Handmade Collective, you will get an email that includes a 15% off discount code at Caterpillar. Mm-hmm. Plus you'll be entered into all the other giveaways that we're doing, the big ones, the giveaways with our presenters, and the bigger giveaways we have at the end of every day. If you don't want to sign up, if you don't want to register, if you don't want to give us that information, that is also totally fine. You can use code JuneLive10 to save 10% off of all Caterpillar products. We talked about our special Handmade Collective bundle that we have for this event. That includes all of our best-selling products, where if you have been waiting to, you're not sure which Caterpillar to get or what of all the things, that's a great bundle to get. It is already on sale for 15% off. You can use that JuneLive10 and you can add 10% off to that, or your other VIP codes that you get in your email, you can use to build up that discount a little bit, which is fantastic. And all of the stuff that's on sale on the website, you can use these coupons with any Caterpillar products on the website, whether it's on sale or not. If you've been waiting, now's a great time because you can use those coupon codes.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that is already on sale, though, you can also use for add the coupon codes.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about making bowl cozies in my brain right now, so I'm a little distracted.
Y'all, I could watch her down below, and she's watching Chelsea and not switching the cameras. And I literally text her and I said, "Pay attention."
I was paying attention, but not to the right job. I was paying attention, trying to learn how to make a bowl cozy because I think they're so cute, and I've never made one, and so that's what I'm paying attention to. And poor Chelsea had to keep going. You said you'd flip the camera when it seems like it's time, and I'm like, sorry.
Sorry, I'm too busy like watching you. She's so much fun. Now we have 2 more Caterpillar giveaways, but I thought I would do one more spin to win.
Do that, because then I'm going to grab the giveaway.
Okay. So I'm going to do this real quick. Let's switch my cameras. Who wants a spin to win? Y'all, look at this fun thing I made to go across the screen. Spin to win. Spin to win. Sorry, it's been a long day. It's been a long day. All right, here's my little wheel. I put it back up here, and we're going to do a spin to win. And let's just see what we're playing for, okay? Big money, big money. Is that what they say? Big money. What are we winning today? Oh, okay. On this one, I'm going to give away a $25 gift card and one other thing. We'll send 2 things. We're going to do 2 prizes in this last one. Because I get to make up the rules, right? Oh, Glow Mini. Glow Mini and a $25 gift card. That is your prize to win today. And my question for you is put a number 2 if you're going to come back for day 2, which is tomorrow. Put a number 2 in the chat if you're going to come back for day 2 of the Handmade Collective and hang out with us some more. And if you put a number 2, I'm going to go through and pick a random winner. You're going to get a $25 gift card and a Glow Mini. It's been a long day. All right, let me put this in here. A $25 gift card and a Glow Mini. And put a number 2 in the chat if you are excited and going to come hang out with us tomorrow for day 2 of the Handmade Collective. Who picked that? Hold on.
That
Did you just pick a winner?
I picked a winner. I jumped ahead and I picked a winner.
All right. Well, congratulations.
I was
Cindy.
like, I got so excited. Cindy Healy, you're the winner.
Can't take you anywhere, Melody.
Well, we're breaking rules, right?
I know. I did just throw 2 in there.
You did.
Because I can, and I'm in Tennessee. Who's going to stop me?
Cindy Healy, you are the winner. Please send me an email to melody@caterpillar.com and include that you were Bethany's overkill winner, the rogue, she's going rogue winner.
Going rogue. It's happening early.
Of the Glow Mini, as well as a $25 gift card. And I will get those prizes off to you. So send me that email.
We've had 5 random winners today from Spin to Win and Plinko, which, I mean, that's amazing. But we've also got 2 other fun products to give away for one of our registered or VIP members. And so, Melody, can you tell them what these 2 winners are going to be lucky to win today?
Yes. So it's the same product for both winners, but we're going to when did we decide this? Yesterday or Monday that we're going to do 2?
I think it was around 11 o'clock last night when we were still messaging and doing stuff.
I'm like, why don't we do 2 instead of just 1? Because why not? So we've got 2 winners.
Like, hey, we should do more than what we're doing for our giveaway. She's like, okay. I don't care. I'm like,
let's do that. We can do that. Okay, so I'm going to flip the camera so you guys can see it. I might have to move it around a little bit because we've been moving stuff around here. But we are going to give away a brand new Glow Classic light board. You don't need to see all my tabs open. We're going to close that. Bethany's a bad influence on me. So this is our brand new Glow Classic, you guys. This is replacing the Glow Basic. If there was any of you guys who have been following Caterpillar for a little while, we had a Glow Classic and a Glow Premium. We have upgraded both, or we had a Glow Basic and a Glow Premium. We have upgraded both of those, and now we have a Glow Classic and a Glow Premium 2. We are giving away to 2 different people our Glow Classic. This is our Glow Classic. So some of the things about our Glow Classic is most of it is the exact same as the Glow Premium that we talked about earlier. There's just one little difference. But you have your 90-degree cord, which is really great. There are 4 different light levels, so you can adjust that light depending on what you're working on, which is awesome because sometimes you're crafting, if you're like normal, right? Like we craft in the middle of the night because that's the only time we have. And then you don't need it lit quite so much because you don't have any natural light coming in your room. And so it's all super dark in there anyway. So you can adjust that. You can do tracing on there. You can do stamping on there. You can do diamond art on there. You can do paint by number on there. You can do all that kind of stuff right on the acrylic here. Then it comes with a translucent self-healing cutting mat. The cutting mat is textured on the back, so it doesn't slide when you're using it. It is also textured on the top, so it helps keep your fabric or paper in place. So you can cut out with a rotary cutter or an X-Acto knife right on top of here while it's lit up, and you can see what you're doing. You can line your ruler lines up. You can line your fabric up. You can line everything up super accurately right on top of here, which is just phenomenal. Now, the difference between the Glow Classic and the Glow Premium is the Glow Classic does have to always be plugged in. The Glow Premium has a rechargeable battery that lasts for about 4 hours off of the power cord. The Glow Classic needs to always be plugged in. Now, is that a huge giant deal? I don't think so, because most of us have sewing machines that need power when we're crafting anyway, right? But the other part is the cord is 6 feet long. So it's a super duper long cord. And it also comes with a wall block. So it has a USB port on the end, but the wall block comes with it. So you can power it with a USB source, or you can plug it into the wall either way. So it's sort of portable, but it just doesn't have that free cordless ability like the Glow Premium. And then it also has, where did I put them? Oh, they're on the other one. It also has magnetic plates built into it the same way the Glow Premium does. So you can use those magnets to help hold your projects down. So we are giving away 2 Glow Classics, guys, 2 Glow Classics. It's more than we were supposed to do, but that's okay, right? It doesn't matter.
Hand your camera back.
Huh? Oh. See, I'm also distracted doing stuff. I'm not super good at that, but yes. So that's what we're doing. So
Jenny
I think
said that
Lori
Biscuit looks tired from a long, exciting day, and I would say she is. She has napped over here in the corner all day.
Biscuit.
But she wanted to come announce the 2 giveaway winners for the Glow Classics. I mean, it is her birthday, but she's giving things away.
Yes. Happy birthday, Biscuit, again. Yes.
All right. So let's announce our 2 winners. You ready?
We're ready.
All right. Drum roll. All right. Our first winner is Joyce English from Leland, North Carolina. Congratulations, Joyce. Yay. We will be reaching out to you to send you one of our Glow Classics. And thank you for signing up for this event. We appreciate you taking the time to do that. And then we still have one more to give away.
One more.
Our second winner of our Glow Classic today is Donna Demby from Plano, Texas. Congratulations, Donna.
Yay, Donna. Yay. Woo. I think there's a Christmas store in Plano, Texas. Donna, if you're with us, let me know if there is or not, because I was doing some research on Christmas decoration stores, and I think there's one there, but I'm not sure.
Well, congratulations both to Joyce and Donna for winning our big giveaways at the end of today. We are going to be doing more of those throughout this week, and we have a grand prize giveaway that will blow your mind.
I do want to mention, we do that, yes, but I do want to mention that if you have not signed up, if you've not registered for the events, there's still time. If you go do that now, you will be in all of the giveaways for tomorrow for the registered people. So you can do that still and still be registered for it. I forgot to mention that the retail value of our Glow Classic is $200, guys. It's $200. This is a great price.
And we just gave away 2 of them.
Yes, and we just gave away $400. We should tally up how much.
We shouldn't. I think that's a bad idea.
So if you want to sign up for this, if you go to our website, go to Caterpillar.com. There's a banner on the top that talks about the Handmade Collective. If you click on that, you can put in your name and your email address right there, and then you are registered. It will also give you some more information about what you get if you decide to become a VIP. If you decide to purchase the VIP pass with all the extra goodies that you get with that, all of the there's so many things, like I can't even think of it. You will get the extra discount. You will also get transcripts and podcast links and videos.
All of our live streams will be cut down into individual videos, so you can just go back and watch the segment that for the presenter you want. I just dropped in the chat a link to the event page on our website, so you can go just register for free. That's that top little banner Melody was talking about.
Yep.
Once you register, it will give you an option to like learn more about our VIP, and you can go through and see if that's a good fit for you. No pressure, but if you do want to, if you do want to register for VIP, I do have a code that will save you $50 on our VIP experience, and that is June 20 Elite. So I just wanted to throw that out there one more time. But this has been super fun today. We have about 5 minutes before we jump into our VIP Zoom with our presenters. So I don't know about you, but I need a snack.
I need another big soda. I've almost finished this one.
That one's still from this morning. I've gone through 3 different drinks today.
Yeah, this is still my same one. I've been running around doing some things. So when we go to figure out a discount, I can't see that. Karen has a question.
Karen says, when we go to figure out our discount coupon, is it whatever percentage off original or sale price? Percentage off sale price. So our products are on sale, and then you can add your discount code that you have on, and to get even a deeper discount on top of the sale price. That's what makes it so special. In our system, it doesn't allow us to give you multiple codes to stack. You can't stack codes. You can only use one code at a time. So for us to be able to give you a deeper discount, we mark things down and give you a code to use. So I hope that makes sense, but use your code that you have, whether it's the June Live 10 for 10% off, or if you are registered, you've got a 15% off code in your email inbox. Or if you're a VIP, you've got a 20% off code in your email inbox. So be sure you use the right code, get the most bang for your buck, use those discounts. And yeah, our entire website, everything is marked down to some degree, some more than others.
Almost everything,
Okay, but we've got some more deals that we're going to be sharing with you throughout the week. Just a little sneak peek into tomorrow before we jump off here. Tomorrow, let me just, because my brain's a little fried, I want to make sure I tell you the right
While
thing.
you look that up, Louise has a question about the replays. Louise, the replays will be live on our YouTube channel as is. You can watch it from beginning to end. All 4 hours will be on our YouTube channel. As a VIP, if you choose that, you will get links to each segment. So if you want to go back and watch Chelsea's Cozy again, you can just watch that instead of having to scroll through to find it. That's one of the perks of being a VIP.
We're going to kind of edit them down and put them, for
the entire thing will be on the YouTube channel. So
so tomorrow we have Mary Beth, who's going to come teach us a Japanese knot bag. If you've ever wanted to try bag making, this is a great beginner friendly bag and you're going to love it. I don't know if you guys know who Amy Smart is with Diary of a Quilter, but did you see all of my pre-cut fabric? She's going to tell me tomorrow what I should be doing with all of these and all the different ideas and projects I can make with pre-cut fabrics, which I love.
I'm so
I love buying them because they're cute on my shelves, but I really do need to make stuff with them.
They are cute on the shelf.
Yeah, we have another wonderful lady from Australia. Her name is Tracy, and she's with Zunt Embroidery Designs, and they're the most stunning embroidery designs ever. Y'all give her all the love tomorrow because she is like 16, 17 hours ahead of us, and she is going to be presenting at like 4:30 in the morning, her time. So let's give her all the energy and love tomorrow when she comes and hangs out with us, because that was awesome for her. I said, "Are you sure?" And she said, "Oh, it's great. It's fine. I just can't wait to connect with everybody." And so she's a joy, but it is going to be early for us. We need to give her all the energy. We have Megan and Kristen from Meigs and Me. Christy and Megan from Meigs and Me doing an applique demo, and they have a free little pattern for you that's over on their blog. So you need to go download the Sniff the Dog pattern. It's so cute.
They're so cute. Those two.
And then Melody's got a couple of new products. And then I even have a surprise for you guys. Now, if you're in our VIP, you already saw it yesterday in our networking, and I'm going to show it to my VIPs again here in about 3 minutes. But I'm going to share it with everybody tomorrow. And it's something fun that I'm doing with our entire Caterpillar audience after this event is over in the month of July. You're going to love it. That's all I'm going to tell you.
I got mine. I got mine.
All right. So we've got a lot of fun things planned. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in. If you're VIP, go to your Zoom link in your email, and we'll see you over there in the Zoom. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.